Seriously though, if you ever fall off of the Sears Tower, I'd say just go really limp because maybe you'll look like a dummy and people will try to catch you because, hey, free dummy. Yes, please. If you go through a lot of hammers every month, I don't think it's necessarily because you're a hard worker. It may just mean that you have a lot of time or you need to learn about proper hammer maintenance. Sorry. But when I was younger, there was a house on my street that I thought was haunted. At night, you'd hear screams coming from all over the house. Plus, anybody who ever went inside never came out. Later, I found out it was just a murderer's house. And the funny thing about driving your car off a cliff is I bet you're still hitting those brakes. And lastly, if you're ever on fire, I think it's best not to look in the mirror because that'll really freak you out. These are just some thoughts. Maybe they don't mean anything. I don't know. But my name is KJ Osborne. I just wanted to share them with you. And I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for being here with me for another edition of KJ's What Happened. We're in 2026 now. Isn't that crazy? We're a few weeks into 2026 already, and there's so much happening all over the place, man. This world's really lighting up in so many ways. Wars and rumors of wars and chaos and more, right? So that's what I do on the show. I always cover some of the news I think is of interest and other bits just to throw in there each week. So once again, I appreciate you caring enough to even be here or to watch later. Thank you. Tamara, good to see you. Thank you for being here, my friend. Hope you all were able to join us. Man, we had a really, really good call-in show last night. Every guest was awesome, and I mean, I say that a lot about my shows, but I mean it. I wouldn't say it otherwise. I'd say something else. I wouldn't say every guest was awesome if I really didn't think it, but every guest was awesome. I mean, we had some really, really good stories last night, some just great shares, testimonies, everything else. So I always enjoy doing the call-in show. A special shout out once again to all of you who joined me live last night. It was really nice chatting with each and every one of you. And just thanks. So y'all please check that out. I posted it on my other sites earlier. And I also dropped a brand new video. So I hope you saw my new video about the white horse. Please check that out. Thank you for checking out and for liking and sharing and all that stuff. I don't ask for that much. I just hope you guys will. So thank you. Okay. All right. So I think that catches us up. And then Monday, I've got the Uncensored Show over on Grumble, Mean Green website at 2 p.m. Central Standard under KJ Osborne. And then for this week, I'll be posting up something. I'm not sure yet. I'm on the side working on music videos. I got a couple. And then I've always got something in the works for a video. So I'm not sure if something will be up this week or not, just in the video. But I'll definitely have a live show set up for Friday night. Okay, so there you go. We're all caught up. Thanks again for being here. You're awesome. I really appreciate you. And plenty to get into today. So let's just dive on in. I got some headlines to start. A lot of quake activity happening here lately. This was posted yesterday. 6.0 magnitude earthquake strikes off West Coast with shockwaves felt across major cities. One of my guests last night was talking about the quakes, and specifically the West Coast and the Ring of Fire. And and that's when I mentioned Dutch Sense, and she's already watching him, but Dutch, S-I-N-C-E, is the way he spells it. It's a YouTube channel. He's the underground weatherman. He's reliable. He's a way more reliable weatherman than most people you'll see on TV. So, and he's been screwed with a lot, too, through the years. So sometimes that's how you know when somebody's being effective is when they get jacked with. They lose things, right? But anyway, check him out sometime if you never heard of Dutch Sense. He stays on top of the quakes. Banks sees 367,000 homes as housing pain spreads across U.S. In a stark snapshot of growing strain in the U.S. housing market, a recent Daily Mail report highlights that banks across America moved to seize nearly 367,000 homes in 2025 as foreclosure activity climbed markedly. I will say that that's why Trump just signed something into law about a week ago that no longer can these big companies come in and purchase massive amounts of homes. I mean, they're finally someone seeing that this is a big issue because they'll go buy the homes and they'll jack up the rents, a couple grand. So they don't care. So yeah, they're pricing people out of having homes. That's been a big issue. Hopefully, we'll see some change there. The number of Americans filing for bankruptcy continues to accelerate, is a headline. Growing number of young Americans are unplugging, and it's making them happier. I was really happy to see this. It's about time. Good. Good, young ones. Realize you don't have to have your phone on you at all times. I like to leave mine in the other room usually throughout the whole day and not even look at it and just work, personally. It upsets some people when I go see there's text there and, they've been waiting for a few hours. And it's just like, I don't like that phones come with some hidden social contract, to where, you've got to answer on time and you got to, that's just me personally. I'm not a fan. But anyway, more young Americans are choosing to unplug from their screens, and many say the decision is making them happier and more balanced. According to a recent report, there's highlighting a growing shift away from constant digital engagement among people in their teens and 20s. Instead of scrolling endlessly through social media, many are setting firm limits on screen time or stepping away from certain platforms altogether. Love it, man. This is good. The article points to a clear reason for this change. Young adults are increasingly aware of how constant connectivity affects their mood, focus, and self-esteem. Beautiful, man. What a wonderful little paragraph here. The article points to a clear reason for this change. Young adults are increasingly aware of how constant connectivity affects their mood, focus, and self-esteem. I'm glad they're getting it. Many describe feeling overwhelmed by online comparison, negative news cycles, and the pressure to always be available. I was just talking about that. By reducing their time online, they report feeling calmer, less anxious, and more present in their daily lives. Unplugging doesn't necessarily mean abandoning technology altogether. For many, it involves being more intentional. Some limit social media to specific times of day, while others delete apps that feel draining or unproductive. Love to hear it. There's some good news. Good. Good, young'uns. I'm glad to see you waking up. Trump tells Iranians, keep protesting, says help is on the way and regime will pay big price. Yeah, Iran's going nuts. I showed you some footage last week. There's really a revolution taking place out there right now. The people are rising up against the government of Islam, and they've had it. So we'll see if America intervenes. It seems to be some talk about that. But then Iran warns they're fully prepared for war if outsiders interfere in deadly protests. Yep. And they're hurting their people. They're taking the lives of their people in the protest right now as well. Trump's Greenland push advances as grand old party lawmaker pushing to make it America's 51st state. So that's been a big talk this week about America purchasing Greenland. So interesting that the movie Greenland Part 2 is in theaters. Greenland 1 was in theaters during his first term, right, when he was talking about it. And in the movie, Greenland is supposed to be the safest place on Earth, for any kind of disaster. So it's interesting. It seems to be, it's going to be a good spot to have troops also, if you know what I mean. Mysterious loud boom and flashes of light have Bensalem residents concerned. What could this be? Oh, sorry.
Bright flashes of light. You take a listen.
Unusual sounds and noises are leaving a community in Bucks County concerned.
Neighbors in Bensalem have reported hearing loud booms and bright flashes of light. You take a listen. A neighbor caught the alarming noise on camera Saturday, and this is not the only time it's happened. Now people want answers. NBC 10's Deanna Durante is joining us live from Bensalem with the very latest on this. Deanna.
Well, folks who live around here say that those noises come from across the street where I'm standing, across some of their homes, even behind these woods and down the street. What they want to know is who's causing them, what's behind them, and how to make it stop.
Well, I'll hear them right away. I wonder where I was at.
It's not the first time Rick Diaguano has heard it. or seen the flashes of light. Sometimes you think they're coming from the front. And
I
sometimes
definitely know the 2 or 3 came from that way because I could see the flash. This one seemed more this way.
His cameras capturing them all. April 2025, January 4th, January 10th. Just a few of the events he has witnessed.
I came up and I saw the flash from all the different angles, and like, that was pretty intense.
Saturday afternoon, he was in the basement, and he still heard it.
We thought his van blew up or something out here in the driveway.
So that means it was pretty loud.
It was huge. It was, and the flash was brilliant.
Ben Salem police say no major reports. We checked with Pico if they'd been doing repairs or had calls for service at the time of the blasts. Residents have taken to social media, and yet so far, no one has given them a cause for the mysterious loud booms.
It's just very odd. And then it's like, how do these huge noises happen, and there's no answer for it? Somebody has to know something.
And people in this neighborhood are hoping if somebody does, maybe they'll call police or Ben Salem Township. We did send the video to Pico, and a spokesperson told us that the company had no work being done in the area this weekend and was confident that the source of those noises and flashes are not from the utility company.
All right, interesting. We've been having the mysterious booms for years in different places here in our country. You've probably seen some of those stories. Interesting, this one's accompanied by that bright flash, so I wonder what's going on. What do you think it could be? It's okay if you don't know. West Haven City Council votes to fund $16,000 to solve mysterious hum sound. Some more strange sounds.
Well, residents have been complaining for years about this mysterious humming noise, and they brought those concerns to a city council meeting last night, and council members voted to do something about it. News 8's Kent Pierce has the latest.
Imagine someone running a shop vac outside your bedroom window all night long, and imagine trying to sleep through that.
West Haven residents tell the city council Monday night their experiences with a mysterious hum. Folks just south of the train tracks near the orange line say it just keeps getting worse.
I've been hearing this noise for over 4 years or whatever, and I just thought it was me going a little cuckoo. But it's gotten to the point where it just gets in your chest.
Disruption with our sleep, increased stress, difficulty concentrating.
Kimberly Nunes put together an online petition after experiencing her own problems with the noise.
Definitely my mental health, my sleep. I'm not able to sleep with this humming sound all the time.
The city has been working to pinpoint the source. They think they have, but need definitive proof.
There's a lot of assumptions where it's coming from. We have our assumptions as well, but we need to confirm in black and white with an expert, a certified expert.
Motion passed. Thank you all, Commissioner.
That's why the council voted to spend $16,000 for an acoustic study. That requires microphones set up for 10 days in a row. It's best to do while the leaves are still off the trees and before birds and crickets start making noise. The test is also weather dependent.
Rain is not helpful because that makes too much noise. If there's no rain in the forecast and the wind is expected to be below 10 miles an hour and we could find a week in there that works, we'll set it up and go.
30 days after that, they should have the report and an answer to the mystery. Kent Pierce, News 8.
There we go. We'll see. We'll see if they get some kind of results back. If they do, I'll try to find it, and I'll let you know. This was a pretty scary story because killer animals, man, that's another thing. It's even a whole genre of horror films. They had a movie, I watched it. It just came out a couple weeks ago called Primate. You guys heard of Primate? It's about a family that owns a chimp, but the chimp gets bitten or something and ends up getting like rabies or whatever, some kind of disease, and goes a little crazy. And that's some scary stuff, man. I've never seen it or heard about it, but the kind of strength that chimps have, it's, like 4 times that of a man. It's crazy. They have crazy strength. I mean, they can pull your arms off, it's like some scary stuff. So that was a scary movie, I thought. Primate. Some of you like scary, some of you don't. If you do, Primate's not bad. It was a pretty good scary movie. Single murderous elephant believed to be behind unprecedented murder spree in India. Officials in India are desperate to locate a murderous wild elephant that's believed to be responsible for taking the lives of more than 20 people since the start of the new year. And that's, wow, it's a few weeks ago. The pugnacious pachyderm. Man, I like that term. That's another name for a good name for a band. The pugnacious pachyderms, right? And introducing the pugnacious pachyderms. The pugnacious pachyderm reportedly resides in the sizable forests found in the state of Jharkhand, and beginning around 2 weeks ago, suddenly began venturing into the nearby villages with the worrisome thirst for blood. The elephant turns violent after dark, it says, explained a conservation official, who lamented that it moves extremely fast and keeps changing locations, repeatedly giving our teams the slip before vanishing into the vast wilderness during daylight hours. You got an elephant that can disappear, so you got a murderous, angry, huge elephant that's super fast and crafty and intelligent and effective at taking lives. That's a horror film. That is a scary movie right there. As the marauding creature's death toll has grown, so too has the panic in communities throughout the region, with many residents refusing to leave their homes at night. This is an unprecedented situation, forest official explained to the BBC. It's the first time such a pattern of fatalities has been linked to a single male elephant in the region. Flummoxed. There's a word I haven't seen in a while. Flummoxed. I need to use that. I'm bringing it back. Flummoxed. Man, I'm flummoxed. Flummoxed by the fast-moving animal, authorities have assembled a team of over 100 people to search for the pachyderm. How can they not find this enormous elephant, right? Which may have turned aggressive due to being separated from its herd. Should the elephant be found, it'll be tranquilized and moved to a safer location where it'll no longer pose a threat to people living in the area. Scary movie right there. Single elephant suspected to have, we saw this earlier. Just read that. It's from The Independent. Crazy elephant on the loose. Yikes. All right, guys, you ready for next level reality? Because we're here. 80% of the girls, in quotes, you see on the internet are going to be Indian or Nigerian men soon. And look at this as an example. So there's a lot of these coming out this week, I saw. It's not just Nigerian men or whatever. It's all kinds of men and women. But mostly I'm seeing men playing around with this technology. That's some creepy stuff, though. I mean, we're living at a time where some dude can create a model like this and actually get her an OF account, like LonelyFans, you know what I mean? And make some money. Think about it. Like, I'm serious. I wouldn't do it, but this is, it's a test of, what people are all about. And certainly there's people out there that would do something like that for some money, There's a lot of people in this world that don't have a conscience. They don't care. This technology is just freely available to anybody. Like, wow. I bet people are doing it already. I wouldn't be surprised if someone's already creating some models, getting a LonelyFans account going and just putting up content, Isn't that crazy? American mother says her daughter is only one of 4 children in her entire math class that can speak English. English.
I'm about to ask what I'm not supposed to ask. I'm about to ask what I'm not supposed to ask. Why is one of my children in a class where she's one of 4 kids that speaks English in math, and she doesn't get to learn math because there's 20 plus other kids who don't know English and the teacher has to accommodate them? And I'm not blaming the teacher. I actually feel really bad for the teachers. Why? Why am I paying property taxes? Why am I paying income tax? Why am I paying taxes for anything for my children to have the right to a free and public education, which, by the way, they constantly are trying to take the ability for us to homeschool and all that stuff away to make them go to public school. But then when they go to public school, this is what they get. You don't get to learn math because you know English, so you just don't get to learn math. What? I'm about to ask what I'm not supposed to ask.
Yeah, they really got to iron all that out, man. That's still a mess too, of course. and the public school, just eek. I already know, and you already know. I mean, if you got, and I don't have children, it's not, there's only so much I can really say about it. I can only imagine what it'd be like to have a child and to have this awareness of what public school is, and to be sending them there every day. It'd be difficult, But then I also understand life. Like, people work. They, not everyone can easily just stay home and teach their children as much as they want to. It's like you pretty much need two incomes in a lot of cases these days, especially if you have children, right? So I understand. I'd say just pray about it and see how he leads you, because he will. You'll find a way around it. If you want to really get around it, find a way. If you really want to homeschool and you're not able to right now, pray about it, and trust him and listen, and then see where he guides you. Trust him. He loves you and he wants the best for you, our Heavenly Father. You know that. So just really trust him in those times. Get to him, cast your burdens on him, right? They're not even hiding it. The Democratic Coalition of Satan Worshipers thanks Governor Tim Walz for not standing in the way of spreading Satanism in the Capitol building. Says Satan has a special place for you, Tim. I'm sure he does.
At the Minnesota State Capitol, and I'm here to double check on what everybody's been talking about on social media, is this plaque in honor of our governor, Tim Walz, and it is from people that are supportive of his efforts, and there it is, right here in the East Hall, lower level. It reads, the Democratic Coalition of Satan Worshipers thanks Governor Tim Walz for not standing in the way of spreading Satanism in the state capitol building. Satan has a special place for you. And that's what it says.
That's absolutely chilling to me. Satan has a special place for you. Satan hates all of us, guys. He hates everybody. Even the ones he uses here, even the ones he lies to and deceives in positions of power and prominence. There's no party in hell. There's no place in hell where he's going to let any human, quote, human in this world stand next to him and reign with him or party with him or whatever, man. No. He's a liar. Was a liar from the beginning. Still a liar to everybody. He even lies to his little tools and stooges. And they'll all burn. They'll all burn. Every one of them. Can you imagine the shock when they leave this mortal coil? They find themselves in hell, find themselves surrounded by demons, and all the nastiness that they have to look forward to. Horrible. Yeah, he hates everybody. He hates us all. And I can't stand him either. He absolutely hates all of us. His demons are involved in everybody's life. It's being in the flesh system. That's part of what we get. You get to deal with that kind of stuff, spiritual attacks. Yeah, choose Jesus. If you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation, please, please do. Another creature I spent time with down in the tunnel was a dog man. This is a pretty interesting story from this lady. I'm trying to see what her name is. Kate. I don't know the last name. Is it on here? She's a abuse survivor, SRA survivor, and ultra survivor. And got a heart for these people. No, they're not all nuts. I had a really great interview with a survivor here on the channel. Gosh, maybe 5 or 6 months ago now. It's been a while, but go check that out. A real wealth of knowledge she was. And, the way to break free from this stuff is Jesus. That's the best way to break free from all this. Another one to look into is Fritz Springmeier. Literally a Illuminati mind deprogrammer, ultra deprogrammer. Fascinating man, wealth of knowledge, does great work. And yeah, I think he'd probably tell you the same thing. The way to break free from all this is Jesus. That's it, All right, so let's check out some of what she has to say about some of what she encountered.
Another creature I spent time with down in the tunnel was a dog man. Now, to be clear, this was not the genetic chimera of a dog man talked about on the Confessionals podcast, which are genetically half wolf and half man. These beasts are terrifying and they are everywhere. And I'm convinced that it is these that are causing the disappearance of many people. However, this dog man that I got to know was a surgical chimera. That means that a dog, a German Shepherd to be exact, had his head surgically removed, and a man had his head surgically removed. And the heads were switched so that the German Shepherd body had a man's head and the man's body had a German Shepherd's head. This caused neurological and constitutional havoc for both creatures. They were miserable. The man's body, controlled by the dog head, urinated by lifting his leg on every corner he passed. The man's body rejected the raw meat eaten by the dog's head with explosive diarrhea. The man's body was desperately thin from malnourishment. The surgical wounds on their necks were festering, and somehow being attached to the wrong body caused them great pain neurologically. The sheer magnitude of what the evil ones are doing underground is mind-blowing.
Dang. I guess, because that minute and a half story right there is a mind blower. Reminds me of that movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers from the 70s, was it? Really good movie, I thought. But there was a sequence where there's this dog running around with a human's head on it. Do you guys remember that? I don't even remember how that happened. I guess something got twisted in the rebirthing process. But that was just one of those shocking kind of images, you know? But wow, what a story. See, that's the kind of person to be cool to do an interview with. I'll have to maybe look her up here later and just see if there's a way I could reach out, because I'm interested. Let me put this aside somewhere so I don't forget. But that'd be kind of cool to talk to her and give her a platform and hear some of these stories, you know? I'm interested in all that, as you know. Finally, a witness of the Miami Mall incident. So here's a guy that's posting about the Miami Mall incident that happened just a few years ago, where the media came out and said, it was a bunch of kids with fireworks. And there are tons of police there, right? And there's video, and you can see tall creatures. There's 3 really, really good shots of it. I shared it in a video I did long ago about it. There's even one that I found where you could see a really tall white creature walking on the street in front of traffic, and then it just disappears. It was pretty amazing. So there was a lot going on out there that night. And then there's a lot of BS. People were putting some BS out, you know, later, but that's always going to happen. But let's see what this young man has to say.
Rushing for the doors. People was leaving stuff behind. I mean, just dragging their kids. Rushing for the doors. People was leaving stuff behind. I mean, just dragging their kids. It was just complete fucking chaos, man. Anyway, so as we running, we look back and we noticed some weird shapes taller than me. I'm 6'2", shadowy, dark, solid shapes, not human. I promise you, these is not human. I mean, it made the hair stand up on my skin. And shit, we just booked it for the doors after that, man. I can't explain what that was. I can't say that was aliens, but I can say that was not human. It was not human. And they, online, I don't know if they're trying to cover this stuff up, but they saying that it was police officers and somebody, not shadowy figures. It's 2024, man. It's something going on. There's something going on, and they trying to cover it up. A lot of people saw what I saw, and like I say, it was so much chaos ensued that it was just hard to let that sink in, that we was realizing what we looking at. I mean, it's something you can never even create in your head in a dream. I'm putting this out there though, man, because I want people to know that this stuff is real. Get this out and spread this. And if you were a person that was there and you saw what I saw, please put this video out, because they trying to cover this stuff up, man. They don't want us to to tell the truth. And I got a good feeling this video will be taken down. So don't listen to the media. This shit is real. And whatever it is, they do not want people to know about it.
They had a police officer from Miami come out like that next day doing a public service announcement saying, "Hey guys, there's no aliens, all right? It's nothing like that. It's just some kids getting kind of rowdy, some fireworks. I mean, come on, guys." And they put that out pretty quick, too. Yeah, there was a real disruption there. It says, remember the Santa Ynez Reservoir that just happened to be empty during the raging Palisades? Yes, the same one that Gruesome Newsom and Karen Ass claimed was full. A year later, it's still empty. Not a single drop. So here's this. This is one of the many ways they dropped the ball during that event.
So we're up here in the Palisades. The entire place just burnt to cinders. And there's a
Mountain Dew.
We're here, of course, with Michael, who lost his house as well. And there's a famous reservoir. You can kind of see it right over our shoulders there. And you can't walk up to it. Yeah, right there. Can't walk up to it, but it was famously empty.
Can't walk up to it because the security is guarding it from people trying to see that it's empty.
Well, luckily we brought our drone. Let's go ahead and find out what's in the famous Palisades Reservoir that was dry during the fire that burnt everyone's house down.
Do any of you have a drone? I don't. Seems like it might be fun, actually.
Bone dry.
Look at that.
There's nothing in there. There's not a drop of water in the reservoir.
That's the water supposed to be reserved for a fire for the people up there. Just bone dry. It's like a skate park.
They want it to happen again. After all of this, there's nothing in the reservoir. Goodness.
Dang, I think I could have a lot of fun with a drone.
They want the houses that survive. They want them gone too.
I'd take it out to the Ozarks and try to find a Bigfoot.
Crazy.
So what does it tell you that it's empty?
I wish it told me something. They said they were going to fill it. They started filling it. And then, the CEO of the Department of Water and Power decided to drain it again. They keep talking about drinking water. I don't know who's drinking water out of there or why they keep talking about this drinking water. That reservoir was built for one reason and one reason only: protect our community in case of a fire. And that did not happen.
Sorry for your loss, sir, and all the other people. Because we know that wasn't a normal situation. I'll just say that, right? But I see some people are mentioning the drones. Let me see what y'all got going on. Sherla 2184 says drones are great. And Dumb Dory, thank you. Says I've been watching since I started. Says I'd be shocked by Alice Bailey. I've covered Alice Bailey, her works and how far-reaching her influence is. If you want to know the plan, I may have to just go do a just straight video on Alice Bailey and some of the people who surrounded her, because her theosophy, it's still has impact to this day with a lot of the occultists who are running things. Yeah, I need to do that. I haven't covered her in a long time, but I will again. So thanks for that. All right. Lori says, my little kid's drones are so much fun. I play with it often. Let's see. Yes, externalization of the hierarchy. Yep. Great one. All right, cool. Well, thanks for the feedback on the drones, guys. Yeah, man, they look like they'd be a lot of fun. I'd love to really take it out to the Ozarks and just explore out there. It'd be cool. Maybe see a cryptid. Maybe see Bigfoot. There's legends out there that we have them in the state. Meanwhile, in California, just scrape the windshield of this car, you can see all the metallic in there. So people are wondering why they're finding this weird residue on their vehicles, what it could be.
If you just run your hand across it too, you guys see all that reflective? See all that? Just scraped the windshield of the car. This is what was just scraped from my windshield. You can see all the metallic in there. If you just run your hand across it too. If you just run your hand across.
That's really creepy. That, you're inhaling that, and then also mixed with the fog and all the particles in there. But if I cover her, I'll have to cover the Baileys also, so I'll do that. Talking about Blavatsky. Prime Minister Mark Carney just said it out loud. He does. He basically says that what they're doing is so they can have that one world system.
I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order. No.
There it is. Doesn't get much more plain than that. I still remember years ago people, and still do, some do, mocking this idea of a one world situation, which is in the Bible, right? So it's right there. And it's probably one of the reasons a lot of people want to deny it. It scares people to think we're here in that time, but we are in that time. And if you're scared, you should be if you don't have Jesus, honestly. I'm not trying to be a fearmonger, but if you don't have Christ, man, you should be very concerned because it's going to pop off in this world. The Bible's true and real. It's prophetic. It's tons of spoilers. Even our times right now, it's in the Bible. Everything happening, all this chaos, people easily offended and whatnot. It's all there. So it's going to happen. It's happening. And if you don't have Jesus, you're in a lot of trouble. It's up or down, heaven or hell. And there's no other options. This world gives you so many choices. None of them are true. People don't even think about the devil. Just blow it off like he's nothing, but he's such a powerful force in your life if you're not careful. So you got to be wise. In these days, you got to choose wisely and soon. Soon. All right, let's check this out about Trump and the UFO disclosure. Looks like something's on the horizon. We'll see.
Okay, this is mind-blowing. This is amazing. I wanted to do this post to let you know, to share the news. I was contacted last night by an insider from Washington, D.C., from the Trump administration, who told me basically that President Trump has already written his speech, his statement that he will give about UFO disclosure this year. It was originally scheduled for September at the United Nations Assembly. He has been authorized, apparently, by the world's leaders to give this speech, but he's a bit wary that China and Russia may jump the gun on him. So be prepared. We could get UFO disclosure, the truth, very, very soon. Maybe even in the next week or so. It's going to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. This is mind-blowing. It's a paradigm-shifting event that will change how we think about the world, ourselves, the religion, the universe, you name it. Okay, let me know your thoughts. This is going to happen. Trump will be the UFO disclosure president. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The UFO disclosure president. We'll see. We'll see. Cheesy 12384. How wonderful of you. Thank you. That's very sweet. And the 111. Thank you. It's funny. I've been getting more 911s here lately. It's been a year, so I've been getting 911s mixed with the 111s. But man, that's super sweet. Very cool. And much appreciated. Thank you. All right. So we'll see. Will Trump be the UFO disclosure president? There was an Israeli feller a few years ago that was saying that he'd been in a meeting with Trump and some of these beings, so that he said that Trump fully knows what these things are. He's communicated with them. Again, I don't know if it's true, but it makes you wonder. Starmer is now coming after your end-to-end encrypted messaging apps like WhatsApp and iMessage. They really don't want the people to be able to communicate with each other. Starmer is hell-bent on destroying your right to a private life within months. Anyone with a smartphone could be subjected to state-mandated surveillance. Goodness. Things you say in your private conversations are about to become fair game for the government to arrest you. It's coming within months. Section 121 of the Orwellian Online Safety Act, that the Tories passed hands Ofcom the powers to compel any messaging platform to do, quote, client side scanning, meaning the tech firm must use accredited technology to scan your messages for content the government deems harmful. Oh, Lord Jesus. Seriously, this stuff's coming in so quick and fast, and I'm sorry for the UK and everything y'all are going for. Come quickly, Lord Jesus. Please. It's just crazy how fast it's coming. To start with, it's child abuse and terrorism, of course, who would argue with that? But make no mistake, before you know it, all the things the police use as an excuse to turn up at people's doors for things they say on public platforms will be used to persecute citizens for things they say in private. So that's where we go. Starmer, man, what a piece of work, right? First European troops arrive in Greenland in dark of night. Look at this, guys. Greenland's heating up. In a move that will further inflame already rising tensions over Greenland, the first European troops have quietly begun arriving on the island following President Trump's repeated provocative declarations on the need for Washington to take control of the territory. The newspaper reports that a Danish military transport aircraft landed overnight in Nuuk, Greenland's capital, carrying Danish soldiers alongside members of the French armed forces. Soon on the first plane's heels, another Danish Hercules aircraft touched down. In western Greenland, both planes reportedly flew with their transponders switched off. A detail unlikely to go unnoticed in an already tense Arctic standoff. The initial German contingent of 13 soldiers arrived Thursday morning. Additionally, the UK, Canada, the Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden are also set to participate in the deployment. Isn't this crazy? All these countries are setting this up in Greenland to keep America out of there. While all these countries are NATO members, that's why the operation is being coordinated directly from Copenhagen rather than through NATO channels, underscoring the political sensitivity of the move. Troops from Denmark and other European countries are arriving in Greenland to help boost the territory's security after a meeting between America, Danish, and Greenlandic officials ended without resolving fundamental disagreements over this strategically critical Arctic land. Isn't that something? Isn't that something to think? What could come out of that, you know? Goodness. Hey, Dice in the Can 7658, thank you so much. This is not very often I get to see this live. Thank you, KJ, for your work and your obedience to God. Hey, you're welcome, and thank you for that kind support and the great message. And I'm really glad you get to be here live today. It's good to have you. Thanks again to all of you here who are live. We're just 40 minutes in, but already pushing 700 people, so thank you. That's so cool to have you all here. Always a pleasure, and still got plenty to go. So thanks again. Emergency intervention. Trump to cap residential electric bills by forcing tech giants to pay for soaring power costs. Love it. Let's hope it's real. Hope it happens. Says in 1 year, this will be the most popular chart on this site. Let's see what they say here. Back in August, when the American population was just waking up to the dire consequences the exponentially growing army of data centers spawned across the country was having on residential electricity bills, we said that the chart of U.S. CPI would soon become the most popular, not in a good way, chart in the financial realm. So that's what this is all about. And we've seen this, you've probably seen some of this before, but especially with the use of AI, a lot of these big tech companies are putting these massive AI centers into different little counties, throughout America, and just sucking out the energy supply, and it's making it more expensive for the people that live there. And so there's a real issue there. Emergency intervention. So let's hope this happens. Trump to cap residential electric bills by forcing tech giants to pay for soaring power costs. So I hope it happens. I hope it happens. Because some of you guys be paying crazy bills. I see them online from some people. Mine, that's not the big one here. It's not that bad, I guess. Gavin Newsom walks back, calling ICE operations state-sponsored terrorism. Oh, well, we know he's just such a weasel. This gruesome Newsom with Ben. All right, we got it, gruesome Newsom. Somebody found a way to trick Grok into telling users about the internal flags that X staff have placed on accounts. Let me see if, yeah, let me read this one. And this is from S2 Underground. It says, in my case, they flagged me as being a Christian. Quite interesting, and on the flip side, I'm happy to be cataloged in this way. However, it's quite disturbing to think that we go about our daily business on this app with these flags being applied. Right now, it's just the more edgy accounts that are getting hit hard with different flags. But as one can see in my case, I've violated nothing and don't have a, quote, hate speech label. But they want to make sure they document that I'm a Christian. Look at the top. It's an entire secondary category altogether, not just a flag on an account. This is like getting a tiny peek into the NKVD file that X has built on you. More broadly, this does confirm what we already know. Elon and his people are building a database of Christians solely for their confession of the faith. This is a snapshot of the data they're collecting and compiling on you. You can try this on yourself using this link before they patch it. Here's a picture of it. Interesting. Secondary category, civil unrest, geopolitical analysis, Christian faith expression. Classification up here, neutral, severity none. Bio contribution, post frequency, reply intensity, media usage. And they all have this. YouTube and all of them, I'm sure, have got some form of this that tracks everybody and puts you in a classification. And we talked about that last night on my show with one of my guests, that one of my subscribers on here a few years ago emailed me this list, and I looked it up myself. It was all real. I shared it on a KJ's What Happened right after. But YouTube, they had a list from 6 different people. One of them was a Rothschild, which is pretty crazy. And through YouTube, and they'd put every YouTube channel into whatever a different political category. Like they've already done it. This is years ago. And they, of course, had the scariest movie ever in Far-Right Extremist. How's that, guys? So, nonsense. But yeah, there you go. So I'm sure there's this kind of a thing on there for everybody. This tier suppression system was leaked by an employee. I think this is, yeah, it's too hard to read, but this is another example right there. I mean, it's very detailed. Like they're watching everything. Crazy. But it's not. Don't worry about it. Homan, Tom Homan, says we're going to create a database and, for the people that are interfering. All right, so let's check this out. This would actually be a good deterrent, I'd say, if they actually do it.
This job and these people who want to say follow ICE, and film ICE, what, you can protest, they have that right, but when you cross that line, and we've proven it, if you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing I'm pushing for right now, Laura, we're going to create a database where those people that are arrested for interference, impediment, assault, we're going to make them famous. We're going to put their face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods, in their schools, know who these people are. Because as you said, a lot of these people, they say they're taking time off work to protest. I bet you a lot of them are calling in sick. I bet you a lot of their employers don't know what they're doing. But we're going to make sure everybody knows who they are. We're going to broadcast. They want to broadcast the ICE officer that was nearly killed all over the internet. We're going to broadcast every one of these people we arrest. This job.
Good.
And these people who want to, say.
Good. I think that's a wonderful deterrent, right? So we'll see, sir. See if they do it. Says we won't stop until heads drop, like in 1793. Tens of thousands take to the streets of Minneapolis after the ICE stuff that's gone down out there. So it's getting nuts, is the point. I mean, you could see. I mean, of course, a lot of these people are getting paid, but there's a lot of it. The optics don't look good, because the mainstream media will always focus in on and take the side of anything anti-Orange Man. Just unbelievable. Even when there's some good points there, they can't see it. You know what I mean? But that's just where we're at. Even in the world, it's a reflection of what I always talk about, that divide between the sheep and the goats, the wheat and the tares, that more and more it's becoming clear. There's a clear divide. And I don't mean on a political scope just. I mean in humanity. You can see it. There's a difference. Things are changing. you know. But don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Trust in the Lord. He loves us. He's got your back. He's going to help you. But you just got to believe when you ask. You know, when you pray, don't be all like, oh, maybe he'll hear it, maybe he won't. You know, don't ever do that. I mean, if it lines up with something that makes sense to him for your life, you know, he'll provide. He provides for us. Maybe not the things that you want all the time, but definitely the things you need. So just ask, you know, for what you need. He knows you, he knows your heart, and he sees your life, your condition, but ask for what you need and then believe. You know he loves you, know he wants to help you, and believe that he's going to help you in that regard, you know. Just believe. That's a big part of it with prayer. It even talks about it in the Bible. Don't be like, you know, going back and forth, oh my gosh, maybe he'll hear me, maybe not. I mean, it's not said like that. That's me, but just trust and believe, man, and get ready to receive a miracle. It's a time of miracles. You really trust him. These are crazy times. I'm interested to see if more people will start casting demons out of people in public. We'll start seeing some of that. I've seen some videos like that, but, you know, and some healings, miraculous healings and things. I really believe we're in that time. It's just up to us as believers to, you know, be open to that. Like, let your vessel be that. It's be like, I believe, I trust and believe you, Lord. The Bible tells me I can do this through you. So, you know, guide me, help me, give me the courage. And if I ever get that experience, just, you know, give me the courage and the wisdom or the discernment to know it's from you, and let's go do this, you know. This is a really crazy one. Man charged after over 100 human remains were found inside of his home. What the?
Just when you think you've heard it all, this.
All right. Some of the audio today is a little low on some of these, but I put it right up to the speaker. Y'all should be able to hear it okay.
Just when you think you've heard it all, this case out of Delaware County might make your stomach turn. Prosecutors are accusing a man of stealing dozens of sets of human remains. This is the 10 o'clock news. I'm Jason Martinez.
I'm Sheba Russell. Investigators say they found human skulls, mummified feet, and decomposing body parts at the suspect's home. Chris O'Connell has more on the story that is disturbing on so many levels.
Delaware County prosecutors say he was a real-life grave robber straight out of a horror movie. A man arrested for stealing human remains from graves, some as young as infants, others 200 years old.
Very simply, detectives walked into a horror movie come to life the other night.
Delaware County District Attorney Tanner Rouse outlining the twisted alleged crimes of 34-year-old Jonathan Gerlach of Lancaster County.
Weirdo.
He's accused of stealing human remains from 26 mausoleums and underground graves at the historic Mount Moriah Cemetery in Yeadon. Some of the remains as young as infants.
Some of these are 200 years old, some of them obviously much newer. There's one that had a pacemaker still attached to the body.
Prosecutors say it was old-fashioned police work that cracked the case. After a series of grave desecrations at Mount Moriah, Yeadon police set up a sting. On Tuesday, Gerlach was arrested at the cemetery with a burlap bag full of 30 human remains, many of them children. But when police searched Gerlach's home in Ephrata, Lancaster County, they found more than 100 human skulls, large bones, and other skeletal remains, as well as jewelry taken from graves. 8 more skeletons.
They had a cross. Let me see that again.
From graves. 8 more skeletons were found in a nearby storage locker.
Detectives have recovered
graves. 8 more other skeletal remains, as well.
You know, that's so crazy because I keep seeing this. But look at that. They've got a cross laying on its side. See that? Just beyond the police. And the eye is the center of the cross, but it's a cross laying on its side. And that's been a new jewelry trend I've noticed over the last few years. And you'll see some celebrities and Hollywood folks, a couple people I'd seen them, and I've pointed this out throughout the years, but they wear these necklaces where the cross is laying on its side. You know what I'm saying? It reminds me of Grok AI because that's a symbol of a broken cross in the center falling over. You guys have probably seen that by now. So that's interesting. So I don't know, just something I pick up on. I'm not sure if it even means much, but It's just something I've seen a lot of, and now I see it here on the side of a police car. It's like a cross on its side. I see that as like a defeated cross. You know what I mean? But that's just me. I don't know. I'm weird like that, I tell you. Mr. Beast completely loses his train of thought after two human skyscrapers walk in. Man, check these guys out. Talk about Return of the Giants. Look at these guys. Where did they come from? Look at this.
He's the Burj Khalifa of humans. Before I answer that, can you two stand up real quick? Those guys might be the tallest guys I've ever seen in my life. And I've just been staring at them this whole time. How tall are you guys? Wait, here, can you actually just come up real quick? Can you stand beside my CEO, Jeff, real quick, just for a comparison? I don't know these guys. This isn't planned. They walked in and it was, are you an NBA player? Are you actually? Oh, okay. Wow. Is this not crazy? I don't want to stand up because I'm going to look like short.
That is crazy. Look at that.
Okay, what is this? This is ridiculous. I feel like a toddler. Hey, wait, see, you said you're an NBA player?
How are you? Wow, you guys have big hands.
That's crazy. Anyways, I'm sidetracking everything. I don't know, they just walked in and it looked like skyscrapers. Okay.
That's awesome.
Beside my...
Just want to look at a side-by-side again. These guys. Look at that. Look at that. Man, that's crazy. I'm watching, is it called The House of David right now? I just started that on Prime. It's so good. I think it's called The House of David, right? Man, it's really good. It's really good. And there's giants in this one. There was a cool scene. I can't remember which town they were in, but one of the guys said, hey, look. And they looked up on a wall real high up, and there's a massive handprint. And he even climbed up there, put his hand on top of it, and it's like, whoa, but yeah, so there's kind of a cool little hint of the giants to come, and they've already seen some now. I've been a few episodes in, and it's like that. It's almost like that size, even in that show. And I'm sure, obviously, there's giants that were much bigger, but there you go, man. That's pretty interesting. Some scary stuff. An unverified report from an alleged Venezuelan guard surfaced on X today, and while it remains unverified, if it turns out to be true, it'd be terrifying. I showed you guys this last week from the guy that knew the guard directly. We'll play some of this, though, because it's talking about the White House press secretary. Let's see where this is going. But anyway, what they're talking about is they said the Americans came in, when they came in to get Maduro, that they weren't even there that long. And they ended up wiping out basically 20 people came in for America from the American side. This guy said there was maybe 20, and they took out hundreds. And one of the weapons they had was something that causes people to suddenly start bleeding internally, like noses start bleeding, blood start coming out of their mouths and stuff. I mean, crazy stuff. Weapons unlike we've ever seen before. And we've seen Trump, and I've shown clips from him before talking about how America's got weapons that no one's seen before, and all this stuff. So it's interesting. So they're starting to bring a lot of this tech out. My mind is always going to where that'll be the stuff they'll be using during the 7 years, big time stuff like that, I'm sure.
You shared a post earlier today saying, stop what you're doing and read this. And if this thing is true, this is probably going to be one of the most terrifying eyewitness testimonies I've ever read and I've ever heard of being interviewed. The interviewer said, so what happened next? How was the main attack? And the security guard responded by saying, after those drones appeared, some helicopters arrived, but there were very few. I think barely 8 helicopters. From those helicopters, soldiers came down, but a very small number, maybe 20 men. But those men were technologically very advanced. They didn't look like anything we fought against before. And then the interviewer said, and then the battle began? Security guard says, yes, but it was a massacre. We were hundreds, but we had no chance. They were shooting with such precision and speed. It seemed like each soldier was firing 300 rounds per minute. We couldn't do anything. Interviewer said, and your own weapons, didn't they help? Security guard says, no help at all. Because it wasn't just the weapons. At one point they launched something. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a very intense sound wave. Suddenly I felt like my head was exploding from the inside. We all started bleeding from the nose. Some were vomiting blood. We fell to the ground, unable to move. Interviewer says, and your comrades, did they manage to resist? Security guard says, no, not at all. Those 20 men without a single casualty killed hundreds of us. We had no way to compete with their technology, with their weapons. I swear I've never seen anything like it. We couldn't even stand up after that sonic weapon or whatever it was. The interview says, so do you think the rest of the region should think twice before confronting the Americans? The security guard says, without a doubt. I'm sending a warning to anyone who thinks they can fight the United States. They have no idea what they're capable of. After what I saw, I never want to be on the other side of that again. They're not to be messed with. And then the interviewer says, and now that Trump has said Mexico is on the list, do you think the situation will change in Latin America? The security guard says, definitely. Everyone is already talking about this. No one wants to go through what we went through. Now everyone thinks twice. What happened here is going to change a lot of things, not just in Venezuela, but throughout the region.
Isn't that something? So there we go. Interesting tech we're starting to hear about. Reminds me of the face peelers in Peru. They had strange tech, remember? People were saying they looked like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man, like that kind of a suit. Weird stuff. This lady is spot on. She's speaking reality and nothing but facts. Anyone offended by the facts, I'm sorry, but you can't untruth them no matter how hard you try. That's what this young man says. So let's see what kind of truth we're dealing with here.
Check out what she has to say.
Okay.
This is the realest 2.5 minutes I've seen on any social media all day long.
Lay it down.
There is some type of psychotic spirit that has taken over our country. Folks are mad that the president is doing what a president is supposed to do. You can tell that we haven't had real leadership because when real leadership comes along, folks don't know how to handle it. A president's job is to protect his country from foreign and domestic threats. A president's job is to make sure the country is profitable. The president's job is to make sure its country's citizens can live in peace and prosperity. That's what our president is doing. But because we haven't had leadership in so long, people don't know how to handle this. I believe this thing really started. I know it started in the 60s when they had already had the plan to destroy America. But Barack Obama, y'all, he did a number on this country. He used the black man's mannerisms to charm the world. He learned the coolness of the black man. I'm telling you, he learned how to speak eloquently. He came with speeches about hope and change and captivated the world. And right in front of our eyes, blindly, we saw this man usher in all kind of abominations. And then Joe and Kamala patted these abominations on the back. Now we got boys really thinking they can be girls and girls thinking they can be boys. Now we have kids using kitty litter in the school because they identify as animals and that's how they use the restroom. We have kids being castrated at an early age by psychiatrists and doctors. And we have crazy people in the schools indoctrinating children. This is where we are. I don't know if we'll ever be able to recover.
Well, lady, welcome to the end of the world. That's what I say. A lot of this is to be expected. It's a chaotic time, to be sure. But that's why I always say, man, just cling on to Jesus, man. I hold on to his garment as tight as I can. Just cling to him. I run to him all the time. So, yeah, just stay close to the Lord in these days, and he'll help you stay sane. I tell you, it's worked for me for years. He's the ultimate truth and the greatest love ever. And what he did for us, he's like all the Avengers rolled up into one, and every other character out there, every other superhero. It's the most incredible being that ever existed. And he loves you, he knows you, and he made you. He knew you before you were born, Bible tells us. So he wants to be reunited with you and be together forever and ever and ever. I think that sounds wonderful. I chose it a long time ago, and I hope you will too. Breaking, the chief of Chicago police is being praised nationwide for the moment he stood with ICE instead of the left. Okay.
Federal agents, ICE, HSI, are officers. They are agents of law enforcement. If you box them in with vehicles, it is reasonable for them to believe that they are being ambushed and that this could end in a deadly situation. And it's reasonable for them to use force based on those conditions. Do not box in any law enforcement officer. You are breaking the law when you do that. And you are putting yourself in danger. Following law enforcement agents around. The question is why? What do you plan on doing? It's also reasonable for them to believe that you're eventually going to do harm to them.
All right, I won't play the whole thing. It looks like it's a bit longer than I thought, but it's all right. Still good to see. Just standing up for law and order. I know. This can all lead to bad stuff eventually, but it's how it works. You know, it's something that some of these cities really need. They need to be wiped out. I don't mean taking all the people out. I mean, but they need some real military force there to clean the streets and stop this stuff. It's going too far. Unfortunately, it's the way people can, say it's all part of the plan. I know, man. Ultimately, it all is. It's all leading to Satan's final reign. Several years worth. All of it's leading there. I know. But, while we're here in the now, in this moment, some of these cities do need definitely to be cleaned up because it's putting people's lives in danger, even the citizens, innocent people. It's just getting way too out of control, right? So a British man was just arrested at 4 o'clock in the morning in front of his cancer-stricken wife for saying that he dislikes seeing Palestinian flags everywhere on social media. Damn this man. Just kidding. That's the way they look at it. It's nuts.
Any events involved with Palestine, okay? The reasons why we did this is on the 17th of the 10th of 2023 on Bethnal Green Road at 10:04. You were witness to saying, obviously, people, while they're over here, etc., we let them into our country, etc.
So, big deal.
Yeah, okay.
So, big deal.
Why don't you just only tell the questions?
Saying it. Take him. Disgusting. You're disgusting. Absolutely. I'm a stage 4 cancer patient and I need to here. Make a scene of shoes. Make the scene you're arresting him because he said something in his street. Hamas, a terrorist organisation.
You haven't been round the block. You don't know what you're talking about. John, have a custody. Did you hear that?
What?
Yeah, all those Palestinian flags in Bethnal Green Road. And it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Why didn't you stop them, John?
Let's have it very, very clear. We have the freedom of speech. If we want to be against Palestine, we will do. If that's a problem, that's your problem.
Yeah, I know. This is your freedom.
Look at the cops! Look at the cops!
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Because he mentioned Palestine!
Arrested in front of all of his neighbors.
Getting arrested because he mentioned Hamas on Facebook.
Yeah, we're all against terrorist organisations.
Yeah.
Sorry, unfortunately.
We don't like terrorists.
Yeah. We don't want terrorists in the country.
You can't have an opinion in this country.
And there's his cancer-stricken wife. I mean, it's just complete and total nonsense. Everything's been flipped upside down. Just like the Bible said, call evil good and good evil. Unbelievable, man. And they still keep churning them out. Every week I'm finding more videos, y'all, and I share them with you. From the UK and the coppers going to these people's homes at 4 in the morning even. I mean, again, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like they do this stuff on purpose. It's like psychological warfare on these people. It's disgusting. It's very unfortunate. But this is the way things are moving because of that certain religion is making it smooth all around the world. when Jesus comes for his bride, all the people will follow the guy. You know who he is. Elon Musk posted this. This is actually happening, he says. This is not a joke, folks. This is what the Democrat Party stands for. It says four Democratic states, or 4 Democrat-run states, are suing Trump to keep Somalians robbing Americans. 19 Democrat states are suing Trump to give sex change operations to the children. 22 Democrat states are suing Trump to hide voter data. 21 Democrat states are suing Trump to give SNAP benefits to illegals. There you go, guys. Where we're at. In a sense, the Civil War has already started. Certainly. Certainly. And here's another one very interesting. The very same professional protester found at 100 different protests. How's that work?
Representing myself, and I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist who have been trained
so Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
marshals today.
How much do they pay you to wear this vest?
Absolutely nothing.
Really?
So I did some digging, and the woman trying to stop my interview is named Karen Shaw. She is a
Karen.
professional protester.
Looks like a
I
Karen.
found her at almost 100 different protests. Let's look at her portfolio, shall we? Here's her outside Trump Tower saying TikTok time's up. Here's her saying ban guns, not drag. Amazing. This is her telling us that lies have consequences. She is also very passionate about abortion. Even in the video right now, she's just wearing a hat that says abortion on it. Sometimes she gets less creative though and just holds a sign that says enough. Now here I found her working with a different professional protester that I've exposed. This is Stuart Waldman. He was there when they raised the Palestinian flag over City Hall in Rhode Island.
Everyone knows you. Everyone knows me?
You are. They know what you do.
I know what you do as well, Stuart Waldman. You are on the board of riseandresist.org, the company that is paying people like Karen for a second job as a professional protester. And the donation link to give you money is just Act Blue, which is the fundraising platform for the Democrat Party. That's who you are, Stuart Waldman. Now back to Karen. I found her with another professional protester that I've exposed. This was back at the Tesla protest. This is just a few photos of this other professional protester out of maybe 50 that I found.
Wow. See, love these citizen reporters and journalists, man. It's the way to go. Good job, young man. I don't know his name, but Elon Musk posted that. 16.8 million views. Good. Good to see. Good to see. Good to remember also. And that's so disgusting, really, that an American citizen would do that to their other American citizens, play these roles and cause division. You know, it's really nasty. But everyone gets what's coming to them. You know, I always keep that in my mind. And I wish people would be more wise and know that and not do these really disgusting things. But what you gonna do, right? Chicago resident. That's what I was talking about earlier about the optics with mainstream media. They never show you the truth. But Chicago resident reporting, don't let the media fool you. This was the size of the ICE protest. Social media clips in the mainstream media frame these protests as massive. They show you up-close crowd shots and chaos. But if you zoom out, the reality is much different. I appreciate this from this person.
Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday.
That's the size of the actual protest. I mean, that's really nothing. Not even a football stadium, not even close. But when you see the way they frame it up on mainstream media, it's like, oh my gosh. Like all of Chicago out there? What's going on, you know? But this really helps. Look at that. There you go. There you go. But the media will surround these people and film it. Just walk down the line. Look at all these angry protesters. Yeah, it's crazy, but that's what it is. The world is a stage, as you know. Turns out they banned Ozempic and LASIK in the future, LOL. This has been big talk this week about the new Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Oof. You know, a lot of us were kind of hoping that we were done with this kind of woke programming stuff in our media, and also how they are taking our childhood and just completely ripping it to shreds. You know, a lot of us. Star Trek, my dad's a huge Trekkie. We even went to a convention years ago, a Trek convention. I was little, you know, but so he's always been kind of a geek. He's into horror films. Like I said, I was raised with horror and sci-fi. I don't even think he watches anymore. Pretty sure he doesn't now. It's been years, but to see what it's turned into, it's just really bad with the woke nonsense stuff, as you can see just from the image here. And then real Trekkies that keep track of the show. The writing's off, everything's off. This show's about a bunch of horny teenagers, which is unfortunate. It had nothing to do with like real Star Trek, which was always brainy. Even as a little kid, I always thought it was way too smart for me when I was little. It's like I don't even get a lot of this, but that monster's cool, or I like that laser gun or whatever. But it was pretty smart stuff, man. Back in the day. But it's totally abandoned all that now, and it's girl power, and it's all the woke stuff, and that's what it is now, man. So we're hoping. I would hope this stuff would fall away, but it's like these people. It's like, are these companies allergic to money? Do they not realize what's happening here? But I guess so. They can just keep sinking themselves because the public isn't having it. This thing's getting miserable views. In fact, it was so bad after their release on Paramount that within 24 hours they ended up putting it up for free on YouTube. And even on YouTube, at its highest watch, it was 1,300 people. And this is something they pumped millions of dollars into. Huge name brand, Star Trek. Hopefully I can play this clip. If not, I'll have to take it out before, after I finish the live. So that's another reason why it's always good to try to catch the live shows. Because typically every week there's a few things I have to take out because of copyright stuff, usually.
Badlands, Captain. Subspace instability may be creeping in, and we're the first to chart it.
These would make an excellent practical study module for the Spatial Harmonics Lab, Captain.
All right. Well, let's not turtle the ship on our first run.
And then everyone's wondering, why in the crap did she just hand her glasses to the monster? Does this make any sense at all? Just weird stuff. People have been picking up on it, but it's just not well written, goofy characters. It's constant, the message, the whole thing, right? So there's only so much people can take. Donut Operator says, that ship, I think we follow each other. I guess I follow him. That ship ain't a Subaru. They're going to wreck the hell out of it. Funny how the body positivity movement went away after Ozempic hit the shelves. Yeah, I guess that's where the quote here from Elon Musk. Turns out they banned Ozempic and LASIK in the future. Yeah, so just little things like that they miss on the show. You know what I mean? But it's like I've watched a few breakdowns of it, and it's just a mess. It's really bad. It says, is that an angel or an alien? Finally, someone with an S23 Ultra. This is a good capture. What do you guys think this could be? Is this an entity or something else? You decide.
Con el sí se alcanza a ver bien, güey. Ahorita se los paso.
Look at that thing. When I see these, I've seen other ones that look kind of like that. Reminds me of some of the old like cave drawings and pictures you'll see in South and Central America. But that looks like, look at that. Looks like an entity. Looks like it's got a big eye in the center or something. Surrounded by kind of tentacles. That's so really, that's what's nuts. I wish I'd seen this before. What you're looking at is basically, it's not the same thing, but it's kind of like the bad guy from one of those James Gunn Suicide Squad movies. If you guys ever seen those, had a giant starfish was one of the bad guys. And it's just a big starfish with an all-seeing eye in the center. That's a good capture, though. Look at that weirdo. It's crazy looking. Look at that. Looks like it has a big eye, like a big eyeball, surrounded by those little tentacles. That's a good catch. Look at that. Wow. Wow, that's a good one. Good catch. Look at that thing. All right, we'll move on. Nice capture, though. Nice capture. Odd things in the air. Executive order to be signed today making English the official language of the United States, it says. It says it was actually signed a year ago, so I guess it's already done. All right, cool. Good to know. Irina. Meaning of the first name. The name Irina has Slavic origins and carries the profound meaning of peace. I have reasons showing you this. Throughout history, this name's found its place in various Slavic cultures and has remained a popular choice for parents seeking a name symbolizing harmony, tranquility, and tranquility for their child. With its roots deeply embedded in Slavic traditions, the name Irina represents much more than a simple combination of sounds. But at its base, its profound meaning of peace is the name Irina, is Slavic. So then I saw this, and she was, you may remember her, she was attacked in a New York City subway seat. A dude came up behind her and, removed her from this realm. You might remember that one. And her name was Irina Zarutska. An absolutely massive mural for Irina Zarutska has just been unveiled in Los Angeles. Elon Musk and Eogan McCabe kept their promise to fund these all over the country. Says, you've not been forgotten, Irina, which means peace, which I thought was interesting. I don't know if it really means much of anything else, but yeah, I guess this is a thing. They're actually doing this. They're putting them up all over the place. Pretty amazing. Kenneth Andrews, 6295, Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. I love it. Thank you for that wonderful scripture, my friend. It's a great share. Something great to remember, always. All right, there we go. So I wanted to share that little bit. Thought that was interesting, if you will. Ian Omar is done. Says the rats are scattering and most of them are begging reporters to hear their stories. Oh boy. So looks like they really are doing things out there, which I like. So let's see it get busted wide open.
Well, now investigators are tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her district, including a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing $12 million in COVID funds. Well, now investigators are
12 million. Ain't nothing, man. There's billions out there gone missing. Right. But I do like to see the action. It's nice to see something moving forward here. This says, some people don't just make you laugh, they help save your life. Oh, this is a good one from Jim Brewer. Check this out.
Who is like the most humane or like coolest comedian you've worked with?
I'll give you two. The biggest impact that I've come across and worked with, 100% Dave Chappelle. And I said it before, I feel like he saved my life. He's a very deep spiritual human being, a deep thinker, way beyond his time. I'm older than him. I knew when he would talk to me and we'd get in these deep spiritual, topical subjects that were so far and wide. I couldn't figure out what he was seeing, but I knew it was real just by his passion. And Tracy Morgan. Tracy Morgan, on a spiritual level, was one of the most influential people in my life. Before Saturday Night Live, we were on the Uptown Comedy Club. Me and him would talk so deep about blessings, and he's like, Jim, I should be dead, and my father was dead, and I used to do that, and I should be dead. Look what God's got us here, man. Life is about love. And he would tell me, you're gonna be such a great father one day. You're a spiritual dude. Why you keep raging against the machine? It was the two big influences on my life was Dave and Tracy Morgan.
Love it. That's good to hear, man. Good to hear. We forget that some of these people, again, I never blanket everybody in Hollywood as Illuminati or anything like that. It's not all of them, man. And remember, God's got his children everywhere in all different industries, all mixed around. The restrainer's everywhere, right? Has to be. Keep this evil at bay for now. This guy absolutely nails why Snyder's Superman is someone to be aspired to, whilst Gunn's pathetic attempt is just a dude to relate to. So if you're into the little bit of the comic stuff. I really don't watch a lot of the comic movies. I did watch Superman, though. I love Superman. I grew up on Superman. Always a big fan. When I was little, hair is salt and pepper now, but back then I used to have just real dark black hair, and I have a cowlick right at the very top of my head, and it's a little curl. So I always had my little Superman curls when I was little. Some of the family called me Baby Superman. I know it's cute, but the curl is no longer. I shave my head now. Anyway, let's see what this man says about the difference between the two attempts. Superman, for some of you comic book people out there.
The new Superman movie changed what Superman is, and it's a perfect reflection of what's wrong with modern culture. Henry Cavill's Superman was a god choosing to walk as a man. From the House of El, Kryptonian royalty, a noble even amongst gods. He was innately virtuous, innately powerful. He didn't have flaws to overcome, he was transcendent. That's the point. He was something to aspire to, something greater with no mortal limitations. The new Superman is just a guy with superpowers. He stumbles, he struggles, he's got the same problems you do. That's the shift from aspiration to validation. Cavill's Superman embodied the idea that absolute power doesn't have to be absolutely corrupt. That's why he gave people hope. But modern culture can't handle that. We think power is inherently corrupting. A strong masculine figure is a patriarchal dictator. Greatness is privilege. So we changed Superman. We stripped his Kryptonian nobility. We gave him human emotional flaws. Because validation is easier than aspiration. And you see this everywhere. Body positivity says healthy at all sizes. Translation, don't strive for anything greater. But you don't become great by validating your limitations. You become great by rising above them. Zack Snyder understood this. His Superman was something to aspire towards, not something to relate to. Stop seeking validation, start seeking transformation. Get lean, get strong, strive to transcend the limitations of your mortal body and mind.
Love that, man. Great message. That's a really interesting take, though. I'm not a huge fan of really the Hollywood celebs just in general. However, Henry Cavill's really, really cool. I've seen some interviews with him, and he really is a cool dude. He's very much a geek. He plays a lot of board games, and he's into like World of Warcraft and all that kind of stuff. He probably even plays Magic. And I went through a phase of my life for years. I was playing Magic the Gathering, and I got good at it. I was playing, I've mentioned in the past, but I'd go play tournaments in the back of comic shops and win. And I started getting to the point where I started going to actual the big like whatchamacallit, contests, or whatever, or tournaments. Sorry, I'd go to the big tournaments at the hotels. And I told a story once, and that's where I first was introduced, not really directly, but to the furry type culture, because even back then we had a whole like section set off, in this hotel, big hotel, for this Magic the Gathering tournament. And on the other side, they had a furry convention. So we were seeing all these people dressed up, and it was weird. And that was when I very first learned about it. Somebody there at the tournament was explaining it to me. So I was just asking, what's this all about? Anyway, that was long ago. But Henry Cavill seems like Cavill seems like a cool dude, man. Like he might be, just a regular geeky guy, and hopefully hadn't signed the contract, if you know what I mean. And he's the reason that he left The Witcher is because he knew that they were straying too far away from the original content, from the writers, the original writer. And he just got sick and tired, even exposed that a lot of those people didn't care about, the real history of The Witcher. They didn't care to keep it, And then they started introducing the woke stuff, girl-powered type stuff and all that. And none of that was in The Witcher. So ruined The Witcher. Henry left. They just relaunched, if you didn't know, I think it's the 4th season with Liam Hemsworth as The Witcher, and it just tanked. Like, no one's talking about it. It's already gone. You know what I mean? It's already come and gone. But anyway, why am I rambling so much about Superman? I don't know. Different topics. Chinese Trump. Let's have a little doom break here. Chinese Trump visits Trump store in Vegas and runs into his fans. This is pretty funny.
It's beautiful. I have a Trump store. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. USA. How about that? USA. That's good. Right. That's good. Okay. Oh, really? Nice to meet you. How you doing? Thank you for appreciate my dance. It was that was a beautiful dance I was performing there. I came all the way from China. Yeah, I came all the way from China. We love it.
Are you an artist?
I'm an artist. Yeah, yes I am. And we have a tremendous hotel here, and they say I have to check it out for once at least. I like the decor. Look at that. Look at that. Let's take a look around, right? So beautiful. It's like a palace. It's like a palace.
Wow.
Old money. It's old money.
You have to perform.
Huh? Wait, hey, what you doing? How you doing? How you doing? It's Ryan. Nice to meet you.
Oh my God.
That one is. Hey. Oh, you're from Chongqing. We got a fan here. We got a fan. We got a fan.
Yeah.
So you follow me on Instagram, right?
Yeah, on Xiaohongshu.
On Xiaohongshu.
And
we have fans everywhere.
All right, there we go. Chinese Trump. If you'd never heard of him before, bit of a character, having some fun. McDonald's CEO reveals the real reason they're shutting down in Chicago. Now it says comments, crime, and recruitment challenges to not from an. Oh, this is from 2022. Okay, then. Sometimes those notes are good. What was being described as a swarming thick fog observed by Sarah M. on Smyrna, Tennessee. Typically, people aren't interested in recording fog, but there was something different about this. So as I mentioned earlier, we saw in California the weird metallic stuff that's being left behind, the residue in the air. And you got maybe that came from, well, no, that looked like nice day out there, but then on top of that, we have the fog. We have this mysterious substance here people are breathing in. And what could it be?
This is the fog. I'm in Smyrna, Tennessee.
Oh, Smyrna.
The fog is so thick.
Me too, it's Brady. I've got sick the last 2 years from the fogs.
Swarming with all this stuff.
But it's always respiratory. It's no sore
Smyrna,
throat.
Tennessee.
Nothing like that. No fever. Heavy respiratory stuff when I get it.
It's January 7th. This is early in the morning.
Yeah, it's just freaking creepy. So, and I'm sure you do. If you don't, just always, pray for protection. Try to remember to pray over your food. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what I do. Hopefully it helps you. Anyone who knows this, or anyone who knows who this man is, says man disappears after exposing the spells cast in music. Let's see what this young man has to say.
Listening to a song. I'm going to use a simple song like Jesus Loves Me. And I'm just going to say, Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. The emphasis is on the one beat, okay? It's more of a march. Bum, 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 right? And now we can also move the accent. We can duplicate that and put it on the one and on the three. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Jesus loves me, this I know, kind of like a child would sing it. It's innocent, it's on the 1 and 3. All we have to do is shift the accent to the 2, or to the 2 and the 4, or just the 3. Sounds kind of confusing, but it would be like this. Jesus loves me, this I know, oh, for the Bible tells me so. Oh, little ones to him belong. Oh, all of a sudden you have what we call like a rap or a hip-hop feel. It's the same word, same type feeling of the same type of melody or whatever, but all we've done is move the accent. The moment we move the accent from the 1 or 3, it becomes a syncopated beat. Syncopation, by all occult experts around the world, agree, syncopation is the source of occult power in pagan worship services.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So, this is profound to the Christian. Now we're in our homes, we're in our cars listening to Christian music that has all these beats and syncopated things in it, and we're going, oh, this is great, this is wonderful. What it actually does, just like it does to ancient voodoo worshipers and modern-day voodoo worshipers in their religious services, is it short-circuits the frontal moral lobe. It gets them to a place to where they can become possessed. It's called the place of the crossroads between the physical and the spiritual. And now in the church, we have this thing going on, and we call it the moving of the Holy Spirit. That's pretty profound thinking.
That's pretty profound, yeah.
Okay, so all of a sudden, we're getting our mind going, and we're getting, not our mind going, we're getting our emotions going. We're taking that frontal moral lobe, and we're casting it off. And whatever the preacher's preaching goes in without interpretation. God said no. Reason with me. So I know right there, that is not of God, it's of the devil. Because the devil doesn't want us to reason out who he is, because if we really reasoned it out, what he stood for, and what he's trying to do for us, we would run from him.
Exactly.
But because we're adopting his things, and we're embracing his stuff, if you will, and his music, we run to him and run away from God.
Man, that's good stuff. Again, I don't know this gentleman's name. Let me see if I can... No, a lot of times they just don't post that stuff here. It's not cool. Oh, here we go. Just as I said that, the first post. His name is Christian Berdahl, Berdahl. He's an Adventist pastor and runs his YouTube channel here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this for... Wait. I can't do that yet. All right. Let me see how recent he's been up here. Oh, just a few weeks ago. All right. Well, there's something else I have to do. Let me do this real quick. Now, I'll save that. So next week, we'll take a look at that channel a little bit. Maybe I'll find a video or two, because what he was saying was really interesting about the music. Meanwhile, in Argentina, remember when we told you about the created extremely devastating fires in Maui, Pacific Palisades, Texas, Chile, and Australia? It says, well, it just happened in Argentina. Expect this time it's more than obvious. Argentina's Malay. Oh.
As is right.
All right. I think they're just saying that people are out there setting the fires. It says reported spotting 2 foreign tourists identified as Israeli based on videos or witness accounts and later. All right. Got it. Either way, something shady's happening out there. Excuse me, with those fires, and I would not be surprised to find there's some kind of plans for a new city to be built out there where everything will be connected, even the humans. Good luck trying to flee New York City because you fools regret voting for Zoran Mamdani, this gentleman says.
New York City's COPA law that everyone's bitching about, let me tell you how it works. Step 1, you have to decide that you're going to sell your building. Hold on, you can't list it publicly yet. Step 2, you notify nonprofits to see if they want to buy it. They then have a 30-day window to tell you if they're interested or not. If you don't, it's a $30,000 fine. But here's the bad news. If they are interested, they have up to 120 days to give you an offer. Now, if you don't want to accept that offer, that's when you can put it on the open market. If you put it on the open market and you get an offer that you absolutely love, you then have to offer it back to the city at that same price, causing tremendous delays in the closing process, which inevitably leads to dead deals. If you look at a crash in industry, well, this is the perfect way to do it.
Interesting. Yeah, man, they're suffering already under Mr. Mamdani. Global censorship coup is underway. Starmer in Britain, Albanese in Australia, and now Canada. All simultaneously floating bans or shutdowns on X, the only major platform Elon Musk cannot be controlled on. This is not about AI images. It's not about safety. It's about silencing the last open digital town square before the public realizes what's being done to them. That's why I got to remember to even pray over X, but I've prayed over Grumble and BitChute. I mean, all the channels, man, are websites, not just my channel on there. They're sites because they're all being attacked. We've seen this. I showed y'all on some of the other shows that they're being attacked in this way too. Shut down their sites, shut down free speech. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. All right, let's check this out.
Elon Musk is accusing the UK government of being fascist after stepping up their threats to ban the social media site X that he owns over AI-generated sexualized images. There have been growing concerns about the tool known as Grok being used to create deep fake images of people, even children, without their consent. Well, Elon Musk took to X earlier this morning, attacking the UK government, saying they just want to suppress free speech. Also writing separately, why is the UK government so fascist? He posted. Our political correspondent, Nick Martin, joins me now. And Nick, this comes against the backdrop of Elon Musk, warming up his relationship with President Trump after their famous falling out, which means the government's going to have to tread, presumably, quite carefully.
Yeah, they are, but it is escalating, there's no doubt, into somewhat of a row. This is all about X's AI chatbot, Grok, which in the last few weeks has been used by some people to, and sometimes alter, in other cases, generate some explicit images of people, women and children in particular, without their consent. Now, when this was brought to X's attention, their first move was to say, okay, well, that feature will not be available to people who do not subscribe to X, but it will still be available to those who subscribe to the platform for as little as £7 a week. Well, this sent the UK government into a bit of a fury. Liz Kendall, the tech secretary, said it was completely unacceptable and that she was pointing and leaning towards Ofcom, the communications regulator, to do something about it, saying that any generation or altering of images in this way was against UK law. Well, now it seems that Elon Musk is fighting back. He says any suggestion that we should be restricting the platform would be a form of censorship. And as you just outlined there, he is certainly attacking UK perception that UK is in some way trying to restrict free speech. Ofcom says it's urgently looking at it. It said in the last couple of days that it had approached X and was trying to figure something out. But
that's just so, it's just such a greasy and gross move. We know what it is. They just want to shut down our speech. They don't want people to be able to speak out about the horrors that are coming for that country, because there's more coming. I mean, these leaders are all in, on the whole 2030 agenda and whatnot. So we see all that playing out now, man, in these countries. They're trying in different ways here, but again, that's why, I'm not a Trumpian. I had somebody leave a comment that Trump's my daddy or something. No. No, but people try to goad you into, an argument or something or debate. It's not that, man, but me and one of my JC last night talked about the Trump situation a bit. And for me, what I do is I pray for him and his administration. I pray him and his family find Jesus, like truly have a relationship with Jesus, a real connection with him. And I pray that the Lord uses him, in good ways in these times and helps our country, helps the people, helps us, So, and you look around what's happening in the world, in America is the one place where it's not fully being run over right now with all this Agenda 2030 stuff like the other places. If the camel was in here, it would have been that way for sure, because that also would have been Obama's fourth term, right? So that's the way I look at it. I don't totally hate the guy. I also don't totally love him and worship him. I pray for him. He's a leader of this country, and the Lord will work through the leaders, even put leaders in charge. Reminds me of King Saul. What happened with him? He was given just this wonderful kingdom, and then he stopped giving praise to the Lord and credit to the Lord for anything and started getting more into the pagan stuff. So Samuel went to see him and told him, your kingdom's gone now. Jesus, or the Lord's going to give it to somebody else. And that's what happened. So anyway, moving on. Every knee shall bow before our Lord Jesus. And man, this is just a cool animation, I thought. Look at it, because he's in the pits, but watch. Turn it down. Love it. I'd like to have just a picture of that. If I ever get another tattoo, I got no plans on it. That'd be a cool tattoo. Satan bowing. Kneel. And that same power resides inside of you when you accept Jesus. It's not you. It's not like we have it, but Jesus resides within you. And the Bible tells us we can cast demons out in his name, and I've done that in my life. I know it's true. I know it's real. It doesn't have to be a big dramatic thing and crazy or whatever. It's just you need to have that belief. It's in the Bible. Have that faith, belief, and then you act it out, and you get results. Tim Allen and Bill Maher, the most rational take it says on UFOs isn't the one you're told to laugh at. So Tim Allen turns out to have a pretty interesting UFO story here. Let's check this out.
Primitive compared to these people that can do this, monitor us without seeing. Plainly. We already have sent... You especially. You, of course. We've already sent a probe to Mars. We've had probes here. We got a probe that we sent to an asteroid. So... I had one up my ass. In a justification for me, I said, if there were them, anything that we're seeing is a probe. It's a robot. It's not aliens. They've sent out... If there is something... There's no reason to come here when we can send a drone.
They say they have corpses.
Well, send a drone.
They say they have corpses.
The corpse could be a drone. It's just their version of a drone. It's not. They're not anything like this.
No, this is from like the late 40s.
Yeah, no, but
50s.
still, what if that's their version of a drone? They manufactured a drone. There's a great movie called The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Right.
Of course.
I have the robot in my office. I got Gort. And in the original story, it was very twisty. It didn't come up in the movies that Michael Rennie, who played he came out and talked to us. In the original story, it turned out that Michael Rennie was the drone. The whole civilization was the Gort, and they had to make a human to talk to us. So they manufactured a human to speak to us because the Gort had nothing to say.
I don't think these are drones. I think these are little green men. They are. They're different from us, but not completely different. Everybody in that book, Communion, all these people who have the same experience and kind of gave the same testimony without knowing what the others were saying. They all talked about somebody who was like...
What's the name of the book?
Communion. Whitley Strieber, he wrote this.
Oh, yeah.
It was like a long time, like 30 years ago.
Yeah, but there's there's a French guy that wrote a book about...
Oh, you're not talking about the Raelians.
No. This is a guy he called them occurrences in Jacques Vallée. That's his name. And I can't remember the name of the book, but there's a little picture on the front of a kid walking into a light. And I'm on a train in Vancouver doing a gig. Took my family with me. Went from Vancouver all the way across Canada, which is it's just a gorgeous plane trip until you get to Calgary, and then it's like you're in the middle of Nebraska. It's just nothing wrong with Nebraska, but it's just nothing. There's no mountains. And the porter came by, saw that book. I was reading it. And it's all about a scientist that instead of looking at all these crazy people, these farmers that got taken by aliens, he just asked questions. He didn't judge. And he found so many similarities with, no matter who had that, there were certain similarities. So the porter, the book was gone. And I asked him, there was a book sitting on this desk here. He said, I don't know. He comes back 2 hours later, he goes, I'm sorry, I took the book. And I go, well, can I have it back? He goes, what is this book about? And I said, it's about I told him it's about occurrences, they called them. And he goes, why is that picture on the cover? And I go, what is the question about? And he goes, when I was a boy, there was a crackling noise outside, which is always smell of ozone, crackling noise, and things in threes. That's the things that always happen in the book. I went out, my little brother walked into a path of light, came out buck naked, standing there smoldering. I tried to help him on the ground, and then we made some noise. My dad opened up the window, sees my brother out there nude, me, wrestling with him to get him out, told us, he thought we were screwing, not, sexually, but he thought we were, right. Don't you ever do this, and don't you ever tell anybody what just happened. And
Right.
my brother, never been the same. This exact thing happened to him.
This is not the first story from a person who I trust, who is not a crazy person or a drunk or a weirdo, who has said something similar.
Weird happened.
I just think it's more unlikely that all these things are just a coincidence.
Here we go. He's really... Bill Maher's kind of turned a corner. He used to be just painfully loony lefty type, painfully. Seems to be turning the corner. I mean, he's opening up a bit more, but I just still don't trust him, and I think he's a little squirrely, but I'll still watch some clips for the guests. Like I saw one with him, a clip from him not long ago. I can't remember the guest, but they brought up the MK-Ultra situation, and he was acting completely dumbfounded and stunned, like he'd never heard of anything like this before. Like, what? They do that? Like, come on, man. Come on. Anyway, 'cause he's been in the industry for years. Minnesota's most notorious Somali daycare center of fraud scandal abruptly shuts down. So the Leering Center is now shut down, guys. So if you were planning on sending your kids there, at least now you know. You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. Happening now, protesters gather beside that Lady Goods memorial with the ICE agent and all. A few individuals appear to be forming a ritual. Yeah, this is very strange. What in the crap is going on? Some demonic stuff. What a mess. This is how the pagans say goodbye. Alrighty then. Weird. Indonesia becomes first to block Musk's grok over the sexualized AI images. Yeah, they're all going to be going after him now. And again, we all know the purpose, the real purpose. They don't like the free speech. And it's crazy, I know, because, Elon's a bit of a wolf in sheep's clothing, as we know. Until he fully accepts and embraces Jesus, I'm not going to trust him. However, he's done an amazing thing with X. It's one of my favorite sources to use on the shows. All throughout the years, I'd always find other sources. But you didn't see a whole lot from Twitter throughout the years on my shows, really. It wasn't a lot of Twitter stuff because it was just, to me, it was nauseating. I didn't like it, the way it was run. And I just used it to post stuff and just leave it there. I never really engaged with anybody, But anyway, since Elon took it over, I've seen just such an amazing change, as far as what you can find and everything. It's pretty cool. So I'll take it, while we can. But Malaysia and Indonesia are blocking access now to Elon Musk's AI chatbot Grok due to its misuse in generating naughty images, is the claim. And there you have it. And that's probably what they'll all keep going after him for. Oh, there's naughty things on there, Fisherman warns people don't swim after dark. All right. This is a pretty creepy one.
He said after a certain time, being on the shore of the beach is dangerous because that's when they arrive and they take people with them. Point blank, period. And everybody's compound on the coast got electric charged wire on top of the fences, barbed wire, and they all got these signs, danger. And everybody got their security. They say after a certain time it get dangerous. Be inside the gate. Don't go to the water, because none of us can swim good enough to get you back from them. I spoke to a guy. He said he went for a night swim, and when he got back to shore, he was standing there with his towel, and he looked, and he seen a merman standing there. The hair was not like you see in the movies. He said he had these large black eyes, and he said he got this compelling feeling to go into the water. And he said he glad he fought the thought, because he said he felt like if he did, nobody ever see him again. And I went to Puerto Rico. The locals said the exact same thing. Exact same thing.
There's videos now in Mexico of people that are given the same description.
For sure.
Recently, that just happened a few weeks ago, that they seen one that walked onto the shoreline.
That's the thing.
It's got legs.
Apparently, the males don't have the fish appendage at the end. They got legs. But they have webbed hands and webbed feet.
Okay.
So this is the description everybody's getting.
That's something, man. That's a heck of a story. It's crazy. I remember when I was in the Coast Guard, I was on a boat out in Kodiak Island, Alaska for my first 2 years. And we were underway in the Bering Sea a lot. We did a lot of work out there. Mainly it was working on buoys and shore aids and things like that, construction work. And then search and rescue was on the side. But One time we were out, or sometimes they would have an open swim call out in the Bering Sea if the waters were flat, if it wasn't crazy out there. And we had a few nice days like that, and the captain would call a swim call, and we put on these Gumby suits. They're neoprene suits that cover your whole body, but they only expose your face. Like they wrap right around your face, the only thing sticking out. So we called it a Gumby suit. And we would put those on, man, and just jump in, and all just kind of stay in the same area and just swimming and laughing. It was just fun. It was nice to get a little break. But yeah, pretty scary when you hear stories like this, because God only knows what's down underneath you. Felt safe because you were with a bunch of people, and there was somebody with a rifle that watches, that would be up on the top of the, I guess more like at the front. That'd be the front of the ship, and with a rifle be watching. They'd shoot anything that might come get you. But anyway, random story, I know. Just want to throw that in there. There is a difference between believing facts about who Jesus is and what he did and surrendering your life to him because of it. It's an interesting message from this young lady, Ashley.
So many people in the church today think that just because somebody mentions God or says the...
And so she's got a good point, but I'll always say that I'm kind of in the middle on this because I don't fully trust. But if I hear someone saying, they believe in Jesus, and then definitely if you see in their life that it's starting to show, I leave them alone and just trust them and know they're on their walk. Like Kat Von D was one when she came out as a Christian, like give them some space, let them grow, pray for them though. That's what I do. Anytime they start mentioning they got Jesus, I always pray that he strengthens a relationship and that they stay on course with him, whatever it is, but I always try to do that also. But then on the other side, like I said, it depends on what their fruits are and what they start doing. Sometimes you can easily tell who the wolves are in that way.
So many people in the church today think that just because somebody mentions God or says the name Jesus, that means that they are saved. I see it every single day in comment sections across every single platform. They'll say, oh, well, she said she prays to God. That means she's a Christian. She's saved. You can't be judging her. Or, well, he's the only president that mentions the name of Jesus. Who are you to judge him? So let's actually get into this. We're going to listen to her video, listen to what she has to say, and then we're going to analyze this and discuss it from a scriptural perspective.
I'm a child of God, and I believe in God and that Jesus is the Son of God, and that's my belief system. And it's something that gets me through every day, good or bad. I love to start my day off. I wake up every morning. I have 2 different apps on my phone that are Bible apps that I love. And I do them every day. I think it sets the tone for my day in such a beautiful way, and it anchors my day in gratitude. And then at the end of the day, I pray with both of my kids every single night, which are much shorter, age-appropriate prayers. And then by myself, I always just thank God for the day and all of our blessings. I love talking to God multiple times throughout my day. It just gives me comfort. It's my security blanket. And I don't want to just turn to God if I need something. I want him to know how grateful I am for everything that I have, even when something goes wrong.
Now, on the surface, this sounds great, right? I am a child of God. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. But neither of those statements justify your salvation. James 2:19, you believe that there is one God. Good. Even the demons believe that and shudder. See, Satan and his demons don't just have a vague understanding or a vague acknowledgement of God's existence. They know exactly who Jesus is, the Holy One, the Son of the Most High, the Son of God, the Lamb slain for the sins of the world. Satan watched the event. He watched Jesus die on the cross for the sins of the world. He possessed Judas to pay the 30 pieces of silver. Satan knows there is power in the blood. Here's the point. Satan and his demons, the entire demonic kingdom, know that every single fact of the gospel is true, and yet they are all eternally damned to the lake of fire. Why? Because belief alone is not surrender. You can believe the facts about Jesus, about who he is, about what he does, but not bow to him. You can believe the facts about Jesus, but not surrender your life to him. True saving faith is not just knowing the truth, it's bowing down to it. It's repentance. It's having a repentant heart, turning from ruling your own life to surrendering it to the one true God who took your place on that cross, who shed his blood for you. It's dying to self. It's asking for forgiveness. It's acknowledging that you are sinful and you need a savior, and you are going to put your faith in Jesus Christ as Lord and King over every part of your life. This is a demon talking to Jesus. He says, "Go away. What do you want with us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." It is not just believing in who God is. It is bowing down to him. It is surrendering your life to him as Lord and King over every part of your life, because you know who you are. You know you are a sinful being who needs a savior, and you know he is God in the flesh who came down and shed his blood in your place. These people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. Jesus himself is telling us that there are people out in this world who will say all the right things. They will sound righteous. They will sound godly. They may even quote scripture from what.
And remember, I've done videos in the past on the Kardashian clan. I believe they were witches, and one of my biggest videos on the scariest movie ever was Bruce Jenner's transformation was a Illuminati goddess ritual. And that one got over 1 million views. I'm not trying to brag, but that was back in the day when the videos were just going nuts, you know. But that was a crazy topic, so I covered this a long time ago. I hadn't trusted the family. That's why it was nice to see this one come out. One of the other sisters is talking about Jesus a lot. You know, I can't remember all the sisters' names, but one of the other girls is too. It's not Kim. So, you know, are they just wolves in sheep's clothing? Are they... You know, these people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. That's a high probability, right? And then there's also, who knows, maybe, you know, we pray for them too, you know, that they truly find him if they haven't, and really build a relationship with him and the whole thing. But let's continue.
They are saying it sounds like they are saved. It sounds like they know Jesus personally. They may even believe everything about the gospel, but they don't surrender their life to him. This Holy Week, Christians around the world remember the crucifixion of God's only begotten Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm going to show you just how clever, just how crafty Satan is. Remember, Satan knows that Jesus is God. Satan knows that Jesus is the Savior of mankind. Satan himself can say that Jesus is the Savior of mankind. He believes that. But there is a difference, there is a distinction between believing in who God is and surrendering your life to him, asking for his forgiveness. There is a difference between belief and surrender. And so if this man is truly saved, then he would know that he is going to heaven, right?
Weeks ago, you were doing an interview and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, you know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly an Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life a lot better for a lot of people. And you know, as an example, had the election of 2020 not been rigged, you would have millions of people living just in Russia, Ukraine alone.
Y'all, we are living in the last few seconds of the last days, literally the last few seconds before the Lord Jesus Christ returns. This world is about to enter the 7-year tribulation, and the first thing out of Jesus's mouth to the disciples about this period of time was, do not be deceived. False pastors, false teachers, false everything are going to honor God with their lips, but their hearts are far from him. They are going to sound righteous. They are going to sound godly. They are going to even recite scripture. They're going to make it look like there's a revival, right? People of this world, presidents, these people, they do not serve the one true God. People of this world serve Satan. Satan is the God of this world. And everybody needs to remember that just because they say God, it does not mean they serve Yahweh. It does not mean that they surrender their life to the Lord Jesus Christ. Satan is their God.
All right. Thanks, Ashley. I really think she's does really great videos. I really appreciate everything she does out there, man. She does really good. For flat Earth people, she actually did a 2-part on the flat Earth also. For it, and even with that one, that's one where over the years I've changed some of my views and stuff on it, but I'm not interested in getting full on into it just because I still got my own PTSD from the attacks from flat Earth. Now, was it actual flat earthers or was it some government op type thing? I'm not sure, but so I got my theories. But many of us, and Jeff C was involved in this back in the day when he was still with us, we'd chat about this on Skype. We used to Skype all the time with each other too. How in our comments sections, like suddenly everyone's talking about flat Earth. This is back around 2015, 2016. And it just flooded everything. And from out of nowhere, and some of y'all, if you've been around for a long time, you remember this, but it just flooded everything. Every site, every comment section. Suddenly there's all these videos coming out about it. I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it was coming in like that. It felt fake, fabricated. I showed you guys back in, you can go look on Google. I imagine you could still do it. Open up another window if you want. You can go on Google Trends, go on that site, and then just put in flat Earth, and then look. And if they haven't changed it, but what happened was when I did it back then, it showed how it was basically a dead subject, stayed on the same level, low level for years. And then in 2015, in October of 2015 to be exact, it shot all the way up, man, like 80, 90% or something, and then just went straight across and stayed real high up there. And I showed that. I did. The video is still on The Scariest Movie Ever, I'm sure. So I showed that. But anyway, so I didn't like it at all at first. And then just the hatred, and people would try to flag your videos and get them taken down if you were against it. And it just got really gross and nasty. But anyway, now all the years gone by and stuff, like I'm definitely seeing more and more, that's most likely a possibility. Something, maybe not fully flat, but like something in that kind of idea. I don't know, more oval. I'm not sure, but as always, I never cared that much about it. It's not one of those subjects I was ever passionate about. I have other things I can show people about the system, that I trust whenever I show, and I can show things. I just never felt right with that one. And it's always one we tried to avoid in chat because it would get really greasy with people sometimes, man. Again, it just like there would be a spirit with some of the people, not all of them. And it would always turn into a fight or a battle or name calling. And, it's like one of those things, man. So anyway, we're at the end of the road anyway. Everything's going to be coming out as it is. We'll all know anytime, or by the time, once Jesus comes for his bride, once we have a whole different view of this place, it'll be interesting to see everything, everything, not just the shape of the earth. But anyway, I'm rambling. Nick Shirley's recent trip to Ukraine, this is pretty interesting. So he went to Ukraine, and this is just posted January 11th, so about a week ago. And you would think Ukraine there'd be hardly anything left. So there we go. There's that. And I see other videos sometimes from Ukraine, and it shows like the nightlife out there, and it just looks like things are, just everything's cool, so makes you wonder. It says, are we living in a real life war of the worlds? Bloop, bloop, bloop. From Myra Moore on YouTube.
The following video is giving the vibes of war.
Oh yeah, this is a wild video. I got to tell you, you'll see. Oh, and before I continue, it's also on a subject. You can go on the Scariest Movie Ever YouTube channel and look up mysterious light beams, and you should be able to find the video. But I did a video years ago on all these mysterious light beams that were showing up around the world. So it's been around for a long time, this anomaly. And this is the newest. I hadn't seen one in a while. I showed one on a KJ's What Happened that somebody shot in Texas It was a great one. Huge, bright light beam shooting down. It was somewhere just outside of a city. They were on the highway filming it. So yeah, do I know what they are? No, I'm not really sure, but I know they're interesting. I know they're a thing. But wait till you see what happens with this one, though.
Literally. This video is from a woman named Karina. She was on vacation in Oslo around January 10th, just before midnight. These pillars of lights shot down from the sky. No, this wasn't stadium lights. No, this is not reflection from the ground. This is something else. You need to take a look at it, watch it, and tell me what you think. Make sure to comment.
What in the world?
Look at that.
Can you see it anywhere else? So just over there and then over here. I've seen this movie once. Evangelion. This is the second coming. The rapture. This is the rapture. What the? Oh my gosh. What do you think? It's gonna be like crystals of snow, or crystals from the freeze.
Look at that.
It's negative 19.
Oh, there's that flickering one again.
Yeah, it's ambulance. Oh, that's so
Look at that.
weird.
That is really crazy. Those are moving. Mysterious
another one.
light beams seen around the world. That's a
Oh
good
my
one.
gosh.
Look at that. This is one of the best ones I've ever seen. This mysterious light. I've never seen him do that.
Somebody getting pulled over and we're just seeing the reflection.
And you try to reason it out, you know, when you find something that's maybe supernatural or paranormal.
I'm going to play it one more time for you, and that's because of the audio. The witnesses claim that they did not inlay any type of audio, and this is the sound that these lights were emitting. I went ahead and removed their vocals and increased the volume. And pay attention to the sound. This one's weird. Is this officially the time of disclosure? Take a look at this. And again, what do you think?
Okay. Whoa. They sound like wind chimes, don't they? Yeah, they sound like wind chimes. Here's that one. That's so cool. This little guy. Someone's coming in all Mac Daddy. Hey, look at me. Good one, right? That's a good catch. Very interesting. Interesting sounds. And a crazy show. Like I said, the Mysterious Light Beams has been one of those I've watched for years, looked out for. I don't remember what year it was I did that video, but it was a long time ago. Probably over 10 years at this point. People are saying, are wondering if this is a glimpse of heaven. Take a look. But I've got some really wild ones coming up on this. Look at that. That's pretty weird. Looks like a structure, maybe, or something right here. But I've got some really, really crazy ones. There's one that went fairly viral. Somebody feels they may have captured a glimpse of heaven. It's not this one. I think it's probably coming up next. These are on TikTok. This isn't the same one, but it's similar to what I'm about to show you. The one I'm going to show you is awesome. But this is kind of like it. Look at this. Like, says, saw a little glimpse of heaven tonight. It looks like there's a landmass up in the clouds. That's what they're looking at. All right, so consider that just a teaser. Now let's watch the main one, which I think is this one, if I set it up right. Yeah, this is a good one. You can even see greenery. It really does look like there's a big plot of land up there in the clouds.
Shout out to Diana Soto for capturing this. Do you see what I see?
I am just.
Bro.
Wait a minute.
Is that heaven? Okay. Let's be for real.
Looks like a forest.
Is this an optical illusion? Or is there a green pastured paradise in the sky? Is God showing out right now? Bro, is this Narnia? If it's not heaven? Bro, I don't know. I can't call. Shout out to Diana Soto for capturing this. Do you see what I see?
That's a great capture.
I am just.
Bro.
Wait a minute.
Is that heaven?
There, that's a good shot of it. Man, look at that. That's crazy. It's like you're looking at a nature preserve or something. It looks like green grass and trees all around it. It's amazing. Thanks for the glimpse. Thanks for the glimpse, Father, if that's what it is. Can't wait to be there with you. We're all looking forward to it. Yeah, it's going to be a party. Former MLB pitcher John Rocker. So we got more now. We got some of the celebs coming out tired of the scandals and fraud, and they're going out and confronting some of these places. This is pretty crazy to see. I'm not a fan of really any sports except fighting personally, but so I don't know this man, but some of you might. Former MLB pitcher John Rocker visits a taxpayer-funded daycare in Columbus, Ohio. Place is open, but there's no children. The only person there is an angry migrant that screams at them to leave. American taxpayers are getting destroyed, it says. You decide. As always.
Oh, yay.
That's a big dude.
Right
there.
I'm being screamed at in some kind of Swahili. Here, come here. Film in there.
A big dude.
Ooh.
He's giant.
All right, here we go. Here comes the fucking costume. My wife dropped my son off at this location. I need to come pick him up for a doctor's appointment. Yes, here. LeBron. Uh-huh. No, unless my wife's lying to me.
No, I'm not an officer. I'm an evidence. No, I'm a reporter.
They got my kid in there, LeBron. Something I'm not good with.
Maybe you can provide insight or
That's
information.
not your job. We have a license. Ask them. Go to the online and ask our license. This is not your job.
No, it is my job to investigate the use of public funds.
Show me if you have permission. I'm not going to give you any information.
I don't need permission. I'm a citizen of Ohio, and I'm a taxpayer, and I'm actually here as an investigative reporter simply to ask you if you receive government funding, if you've been visited, and what your impression is of the allegations.
They have only the African people. You see what happens in Syria. They
Here.
are harassing us. I'm going to give my lawyer the way you're going to do that.
They're a little empire of fraud. All of this is about to be destroyed. It's pretty amazing. She's like, who are you? I'm in the military. What branch? Salvation Army. I even did time on the Easter Seals. So let me in. Mattel has introduced the first ever autistic Barbie doll, which features flexible joints for, quote, hand flapping. Oh my goodness. You decide. As always.
The first autistic Barbie doll is part of the Fashionistas line. The doll features flexible joints for stimming, which is the term for hand flapping or similar gestures that some people with autism use to express excitement or process sensory information. The Barbie comes with a fidget spinner, noise-canceling headphones, flat shoes, a flowy skirt for less fabric to skin contact, and a communication tablet to reflect various autistic experiences. Mattel has previously released dolls with Down syndrome, type 1 diabetes, blindness, vitiligo, hearing aids, and prosthetic legs.
Whoa. I don't know. It's up to you. What do you think? The hand flapping feature's kind of weird. And you know, this whole autistic thing, that's something you usually talk about on Monday, but it's kind of something that for these generations wasn't seen before like that, right? Something different. There was always like Down syndrome, but this whole thing with the autistic thing is interesting. Where'd that come from, right? We'll talk about it on Monday. Breaking, it's official. FBI investigations are being launched after $700 million was found in Somali suitcases in Minneapolis airport.
We're going to turn our attention back to the Somali fraud investigation. As we've discussed before, authorities have discovered suitcases containing hundreds of millions of dollars in a Minnesota airport. Now, in the meantime, Republicans are working to cut funding for Somali-led organizations with alleged ties to the massive fraud scandal. Now, as the FBI pushes forward with its own investigation, one key question arises. What does accountability even look like in this case moving forward? So joining us now to talk about all of this and more is New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. Congresswoman, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Great to be on with you, too. What a crazy time we're seeing here, aren't we?
Absolutely insanity. And I know oversight in the House is looking into these fraud allegations, but I wonder if it's even bigger than we have uncovered thus far. The $700 million in cash going out of the airports there. I have a feeling we are still just scratching the surface.
Yeah, it looks really bad, and obviously very alarming to see that this U.S. cash has been legally going through our airports. And of course, there is a requirement of reporting if you're going to carry more than $10,000. There's a reporting requirement, but I think a really interesting part about this is if, isn't it going to be a little suspicious when you start seeing 10,000, 100,000, millions, and now, more, as John reported earlier, more money that goes through JFK, goes through the Minneapolis airport. Something's wrong there. And I think something that's very interesting that we impose on banks is that banks are required under banking law to require and file and keep track of what they call suspicious activity reports. This is something I think we need to do now when we see the large amounts of U.S. cash, and it's always U.S. cash. I mean, you're not going to see, Chinese yen or anything else going through there. And U.S. cash is king, and we need to certainly have this type of cash exchange reported. It's interesting because you see all this illegal immigration we've had over this time. And by the way, most of those Somalis that are in Minnesota probably came through a refugee program, and probably many of them are already legal American citizens. So suspicious activity reports, some kind of accounting for cash, I think would really be helpful.
Think so, lady? Wow, that suitcase of cash, though, huh? Look at that. The kind of things people in this world would do for that suitcase of cash. But I am glad to see them busting it down, man. It's nice. We're actually seeing some work. Keir Starmer has done the impossible. He united the left, united the center, united the right. The entire country agrees on one thing: Starmer out. So here's the way the public treats him when he's out in public. And, they deserve this. And worse, I believe. More yelling, screaming. These people have seen their country fundamentally change, completely change into something unrecognizable. It's not even theirs anymore. Not even theirs anymore. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's Agenda 2030 stuff. Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security is sending hundreds more federal agents to Minneapolis. Hundreds more. Whoa. Like I said, they're doing something, so that's good. Now, here's a really crazy story. Have you guys heard about this one? This was from a week ago. Monkeys loose in St. Louis neighborhood. As far as I know, they haven't found them yet. And, I've seen this movie. It reminds me of Outbreak. I don't know if there's anything connected to that. I don't believe, because we've seen this. We've seen stories where there have been diseased monkeys, contaminated monkeys got loose from a couple of trucks. We've seen that story twice. But now here's this one, which is interesting. And they just had that movie come out called Primate. And it's different monkey types, but still, just made me think of that.
St. Louis animal control officers are trying to unravel a monkey mystery as they search for exotic primates at the center of an unusual case. Thanks so much for joining us at 10. I'm Kelly Jackson. Animal Control says it is the first time they've had to search for monkeys in St. Louis. People who live near O'Fallon Park first reported seeing the exotic animals yesterday. New tonight, 5 on your side's Robert Townsend went on a mission to learn more about the search for the monkeys.
On this Friday afternoon, 2 St. Louis animal control officers pounding the pavement with their catch poles in hand. But this desperate duo wasn't on the lookout for stray dogs. Their mission, find some monkeys.
I think of danger because that's a wild animal.
Wild animals in Marva Young's North Side neighborhood.
Look at his doggone fingers. Then he got them sharp teeth. He almost looked like them orangutans.
You might say Thursday afternoon, nervous neighbors and even one police officer went bananas and flooded the phone lines after spotting at least 1 and possibly 4 of these monkeys on the loose. Health officials call them vervet monkeys. They have black faces, white eyebrows, and
Who took the pictures? I guess R. Buchanan. There we go. They put some
grayish green fur.
We have dogs around here, cats, mice.
And now monkeys?
And now monkeys.
5 on your side has learned a man working on Redbud Avenue first saw 2 of the monkeys. Incredibly, he whipped out his cell phone and snapped clear photos of the unexpected visitors. They're cute. One was patiently perched on a front porch, another about to carefully cross a curb. And check out this camera-ready primate standing up and seemingly posing for a picture.
That's real crazy. At this time, we don't know where the animals came from.
Animal control officers spent a lot of time in this North Side neighborhood. They walked through alleys, and they even searched all around here at O'Fallon Park, but not one sign of those monkeys. Vervet monkeys' native land is in Africa. A monkey-weary Marva just wants them out of her neighborhood.
Make sure your door's locked because the monkeys are loose.
Here we go. Look at these cute little guys or gals. Maybe they're familiar spirits. I don't know. But look at them. The cute little things. I had monkeys in my backyard in Costa Rica, the last place I lived. It was a lot of fun. It was nice. I did a video. It's out there somewhere. I think it's on my channel of me feeding one of them, giving them a banana. One of the little monkeys came down and took it. ICE raids 23 Minnesota daycares, in quotes. Fraud hubs emptied as Trump goes nuclear. So, from Cash Jordan 4 days ago. So yes, there is action.
A new update in Minnesota's fraud crisis. The Trump administration is taking action against thousands of Minnesota borrowers who may have taken out fraudulent loans during the COVID-19 pandemic.
So the fraud situation in Minnesota, it keeps growing every single day. And although 7,000 people were just caught stealing money via 2020 loans, we're also learning about a shady network of home care facilities that may have been created specifically to allow fraudsters even more access to Uncle Sam's piggy bank. And as you're about to see, these sites, they're not just located in Minnesota. No, they're everywhere in America.
Here in Minnesota, blatant fraud is taking place. Right here, you see a daycare center. It says it's Creative Minds Daycare. Creative Minds Daycare was actually shut down. It was reopened the next day underneath the name Super Kids. This daycare alone has received $2.45 million
This may look like your typical single-family home, but it bills itself as an assisted living facility. It's owned by a man indicted for laundering $1 million. His wife runs the assisted living facilities, and the state is continuing to pay as he awaits his trial.
In total, these borrowers were approved for 7,900 PPP and EIDL loans worth approximately $400 million.
We're taking fraud seriously. We're working every day to improve our systems. That's why it's incredibly frustrating to me that Donald Trump and Republicans want to use this as a political vehicle to cut funding entirely to our state.
These assisted living facilities received over $2.3 million in state money last year alone. A Minnesota Reformer article says he has been paid a whopping $49 million since 2016.
Nice. What do you do with 49 million?
So, when Americans were struggling in 2020, fraudsters in Minnesota, they stole a cool $400 million. And this scam, which the president says is now up to $18 billion, has gotten larger and larger, thanks in part to programs designed to be defrauded, which are full of little businesses with names that sound super legitimate. For example, the Feeding Our Future scam, which was supposed to make sure kids never went hungry, got ripped off. And on top of that, we've got Minnesota's armada of fake daycare centers that have 0 children inside. And now we have single-family homes that are somehow registered as assisted living facilities and care centers so they can get government money too, which sure sounds helpful and allows more people than ever to get care in the way that they might want to choose to get it. But the reality is this program is just another socialist ripoff of our entire country. And it's not just Minnesota where this is happening. The home care scam is growing and infesting other states where alleged fraudsters are getting their private residences listed as care sites while receiving a host of other federal benefits and payments as well. Money which is then spent on the very politicians who advocate for this stuff, which reveals why one political party in this country is very much in favor of rolling this out every chance they get.
Not only when we make pre-K truly universal, but expand this care to include all 2- and 3-year-olds across the city. As the governor said, we will deliver to care by working in partnership with childcare providers, especially home-based providers.
Right. What could go wrong? And the real reason so many Americans are just absolutely incensed by this fraud is because it's state-sponsored. The governments of these states and cities enable this kind of thing in the name of goodwill, in the name of helping our country, but really it's just a massive theft operation. And it's gotten worse with the help of our formerly open U.S. border, which allowed untold millions to enter our country who did not always come in with the goal of improving America somehow, but rather having the agenda of collecting payments from it in some way, which is precisely why every Western nation, not just America, that has a bloated safety net with 0 guardrails also ends up with an asylum crisis the second.
All right, go and stop there. It's almost 5 minutes. Give him a few minutes. You can check the rest out at Cash Jordan's channel on YouTube. If you're interested, please do. This is a really cool one, too. The Feral People of Appalachia. Maybe that'll be a fun Friday Night Live show to do sometime, and I'll show you this collection of videos because there's several videos people have been putting out there over the years, usually on trail cams, and people are catching what they call are feral people of Appalachia. You guys ever heard of that?
We all know Appalachia is really an entity all on its own. And the folklore and the stories and the creatures that come out of there, it's truly mind-boggling. Have you ever heard of feral people? If you haven't, you need to do some quick research because they are very real and they live in deep Appalachia. And the elders, the old timers, say that when they come down for a reason. And that's usually to grab a child. Take a look at the following home security footage captured by a woman named Michelle. They live near the Appalachian Mountains, literally right up to the mountain. And something came down, and it may be feral people. Take a look at it, comment below, tell me what you think.
So alarms are going off, and
The rooster's going nuts. We caught some coyotes in the backyard. What is that?
It's probably that coyote.
Right there. What the heck?
Is that coyote?
No.
And it kind of
That's
looks
not a coyote.
kind of looks like, and it's another one I could do a show on. I've got so many clips of it, of the thing they call the rake. It like humanoid, looks human but never has clothes on. The skin's all white. It's never has hair, bald, and dark eyes otherwise. So a lot of people have captured those things on film. One of the most interesting ones that I shared that I found and this is from years ago, man, probably like a decade ago, this one also. It was a guy who's a photographer. He has a YouTube channel, and him and his wife were on some kind of a trip doing like in a tunnel, or not tunnel, yeah, in a cave. They were doing like a cave walk or something. And at one point, he's just got his video camera recording, the guy talking about the cave. He looks over to the cave, and there's a huge pit way, way far away from him. You can see a huge pit, and he sees something on the wall, and he closes in with his camera, and it looks like that. It's like a white humanoid figure, no hair, no clothes, climbing up the side of the wall on that cave. Some of y'all may remember that one.
That's a fucking person.
Where's the dog?
Wow.
Looks like they're not wearing clothes.
Well, you better go now.
What the fuck?
Yeah, definitely. The rake stuff's either demonic or fallen one. Just walking. Look at that. See, it looks bald.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. The rooster's not too happy. Where's the dog? There's the dog. Why is she in her freaking pen? What the? Oh my God. Okay, so it came back. What the hell?
Did you go confront it? I'd be tempted to. With me, of course.
There's Lucy right there.
Yeah, but you see where it's standing?
Yeah, it's looking in the window at you.
It's at our window. What?
No way. Look at that.
It's a good way to get shot in the face.
Go outside. You get it. That's creepy. Look at that.
And the dog's just staring.
So why is the damn dog not barking?
What do you think? Feral people?
Exactly. Why isn't the dog barking?
A night crawler? Rake? Something else? I'm going to play it again.
Yeah, so there you go. Imagine seeing that, especially coming up to the window. That's just a little bit too much right there. That's crazy. Look at that. Standing right there at the window. I don't know how many of you would seriously, pray first and then just, grab something, grab a bang bang and open that door. Would you? Or no? I'm not saying I'm right, but I'd be tempted to do that, which could get me into trouble. This is video actually uses a stock sound effect, so it's fake video. All right, got it. It was just a video of somebody. I mentioned it last night, actually, on the show. I didn't know they've claimed it's fake now. But I mentioned it last night on the show, that exact video of a guy looking at mushrooms and hearing this horrifying scream out in the woods. And that's too bad if he really faked it, because there are some good ones out there. I've even found some on TikTok, people recording scary sounds. There's people who've recorded their own names being called out to them. Now, again, are they set up or not? I don't know. But I do know that Representative Byron Donalds demands Tim Walz apologize to ICE agents. So there's that for just a bit of a headline. Don't know if that's going to happen. Wouldn't hold my breath. Neighbors of Zapotitlán can no longer keep quiet about it. It's this odd, bright man. You want to talk about a crazy, look at that. Crazy sighting. What in the heck is going on the side of this mountain? Look at this. It's like some magic type stuff. Look at that. Spirits putting on a show. Look at me, everyone. And it's a big fireball. If it's real, it's a big fireball. That's how far away it is. Or AI, somebody said. Well, let's ask Grok. See what Grok says about it. If it's AI or not. That's the only thing I've used it for, this Grok. If I'm wondering if something's AI, a lot of times it's pretty good about it, it seems. Let's see. Folklore includes Nahulis, witch lights, and fiery orbs. So in the area, they have a belief in these shape-shifting spirits, it says. Linked to similar sightings without modern tech. Ball lightning, documented peer-reviewed studies. So there's nothing in here about it being AI, so that's pretty good. It's a pretty good start. So there you go. I think that's a pretty interesting catch. Interesting capture. Ball lightning, or is it a spirit? Most sheeple will never understand what Skynet is capable of until it's too late, it says.
Bro, this invisible light
Look at that.
cannot be healthy.
It's from people's phones.
That's coming from his phone. But it's scanning his face every second. And then you can see some over there, like someone else is doing the same thing, and then someone else over there. Like this what do y'all think? Bro, this invisible light cannot be healthy.
Nope, I agree, sir. We've even seen a video where a lady and her husband proved that your cell phone's constantly taking pictures of you also. So this is kind of similar to that. It says you can see the panic on Waltz's face the moment the truth hits. We don't even need it. I get it. It's like 5 minutes long. But either way, he's finally getting grilled. So good. Bust him. Someone heckled President Trump at Ford plant, and apparently people are arguing whether he said F you or thank you. Just sharing, because this is one that a lot of people were talking about this week. All right, who knows? Who knows? There's bigger fish to fry in this world, right? That's one of those things the media will run with for a week. Oh my gosh, Trump said F you to somebody. Breaking, a clip showing what downtown Minneapolis looks like is going viral, as it's almost entirely unrecognizable as an American city at this point, with people lighting open fires and businesses taken over. This says the video is not downtown, but a neighborhood. Okay, still. Downtown's probably worse.
You have arrived.
Look at that. That is like a third world country. Barbecue at the gas station tonight. And then, of course, they got the fist. That's one of the reasons I wanted to show this. I did a video a while back showing the fist and the bending a knee. It goes back to ancient Egypt. It goes back to the fallen ones. So interesting that we find the fist here in the middle of the city that's being fisted, unfortunately. Being taken over and ruined.
People over property.
People over property.
Without people, there isn't property.
People's way. So That's what you get. There you go. All right. Good times. Seems like a lovely place to raise a family. Let's keep that in mind. It says, how funny is this? Somalian daycare owner having his Lamborghini confiscated by U.S. Marshals. Oh, this says it's AI generated. Okay, so it's got a Sora watermark. It's unfortunate. Well, yeah, it's right there. There's the Sora. So yeah, Sora is one of those things that, as I've mentioned before, I've shown you examples. I'll show you this one. They're just so incredibly realistic looking. It's just insane what people can do now. They can come up with.
Hey, what do you do? You can't take my cars like that, man.
Sir, step back from the vehicle,
This
please.
is my business car. You see the sign? Quality let me sign umbrella. I pay taxes. You got no paper.
We have the court order, sir. You'll get a
Court
copy.
order. Nah, man, Governor was gonna send that check. You hear me?
Sir,
He sent the
step
check.
over.
I mean, would you know? Would you know that was fake? You know what I mean? It's like... And there's actually a cool video coming up sooner or later that has something to do with this AI fakery stuff from China. It's really interesting. We'll get to that in a bit. President Trump just announced he's suspending all payments to sanctuary cities in states like Minnesota and California starting February 1st. So that's good news. About time, right? Breaking in a massive victory, the city of Broken Arrow in Oklahoma, I'm proud of my Oklahomans here, has rejected construction of a massive Islamic center. Hundreds of Patriot residents showed up and made their voices heard. Final vote was 4-1 in denial. Defend the West, it says. Well done. Well done, Okies. Good job, guys. Right? We're not going to have that here. Good for you. HUD just found that the Biden administration sent Minnesota over $84 million. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, I'm shocked. I can't believe they would do something like that. Whoever that was.
We have boots on the ground in Minnesota, and through our fraud prevention, we have found that there is likely over $84 million in eligible assistance that was given to the state of Minnesota during the Biden administration, including almost $500,000 in improper assistance to over 500 dead tenants. And so you think about that, Tony. Over $84 million of hard-working taxpayer money that was shelled out during the Biden administration in improper assistance and serving over 500 dead people with almost $500,000 of assistance. This is a lack of stewardship. It's gross negligence. But I'm grateful at this time that our team on the ground has found these improper payments, and we will hold those accountable that are responsible for this. We have boots on the ground.
There we go.
In Minnesota.
Get it going. So there we go. We see some action taking place. Love to see it. Oh, man, this is a big one. We'll see if something happens here. Bill Clinton didn't show up for this, for a lawful subpoena. So let's see what happens. They tried to bring him in.
All right. Well, I think everyone knows by now Bill Clinton did not show up. And I think it's important to note that this subpoena was voted on in a bipartisan manner by this committee. This wasn't something that I just issued as chairman of the committee. This was voted on by the entire committee in a unanimous vote of the House Oversight Committee to subpoena former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Now, Hillary Clinton's supposed to show up tomorrow. We'll see what happens there. But with respect to the former president, he did not show up today. One reason I think most Americans want President Clinton to answer some questions is because he visited the White House. Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times while Bill Clinton was president. I've been in Congress 9 years. I think I've been to the White House 9 times in 9 years. Epstein was in the White House double the amount of...
She's holding up that painting they found at Epstein's of Bill Clinton in a blue dress with the red hills on. You can see the red hills right there.
...time that I was under one president. And then we know that Bill Clinton flew on Epstein's plane somewhere around...
All right. Well, we'll see if anything develops. That's what matters, you know? That's what matters. Results matter. Here's a really cool collection of strange sightings. This person's saying, is this a Thunderbird? What do you think this could be? fake. If real, that's awesome. That looks like one of the Dementors, but it's white or golden. Doesn't it? Maybe it's a dragon. Maybe that's a dragon. All right, what is that? I don't know. I don't think it's a Thunderbird, though. That's that one famous photo of a Thunderbird from the late 1800s that's made its rounds online for years. You ever seen it? And it's got like a wingspan of like 25 feet or something like that. And there's maybe half a dozen men holding it up. Following the money, journalists show the ICE protest signs are not made by random grassroots Americans. Go figure, no way. Are you serious? Man.
Let's see where they go. We're following these paid protesters and seeing where they're bringing all these signs to. Obviously, these signs are going somewhere, and we're here to figure out where they're going, because this is kind of odd. Look at all these signs that we have over here. Where are they going with this? Watch them all just hop in a van and be on their way. Hey, excuse me, sir, can I ask you a question about why you guys are carrying all these signs? Sir, would you be able to answer a question? I'm just curious to know where you guys are bringing all these signs, and where do they come from? They look very nice. How much did you guys pay for these signs? Yeah, what about the CCP funding allegations? Is that something that you know about? Did you guys like... People's for it, right?
Evidence.
Oh, look, they're hopping in the car. Well, the van has officially pulled up. Now we're over here. Now we have followed the money. And here they go. Now they're bringing it all in. Look at this. Where's this stuff going to? Anyone want to answer? Where's it going to next? They don't want to talk.
Good stuff, citizen journalist, whoever you are. Appreciate it, man. The person on the street. We need that. American lives lives in a small town in Minnesota, and this is what she has to say. Since there's so much action taking place out there right now, here's her perspective.
I love the fucking suburb I'm in. So ICE was just in my suburb at our local grocery store while I was there, and they were grabbing somebody. Nobody in the grocery store stopped them from doing their job. Everybody was clapping and excited about ICE being there. People were hooting and hollering, chanting for ICE. You gotta love small towns in Minnesota, honestly. We are so fucking stoked. And honestly, you know what I did after the ICE agents got done with their job and what they were doing? I said, can I buy you all, like something to drink, something to eat? And I did. And I sure fucking did, because you know what? I'm excited that ICE is in Minnesota. Really excited. I'm not gonna tell you the suburb I'm in, but it's close to Stillwater. We'll just leave it at that. Best thing I've seen today is watching an ICE agent arrest somebody and send them back to where they came from. Love it. Super happy about it. Love the suburb I live in, because there was no protesting. Nobody stopped.
All right, I'll stop there. Just nice to hear kind of the small town perspective on that. Because even though I guess you could say where I was first raised up was a small town at one point, but now it's a really big town. It's grown a lot. But have relatives in small towns, and have always had just a love and appreciation for small towns. There's a town out here called Cherokee that I haven't been there in a long time, but have relatives up there, a lot of relatives up there. Super small town, wonderful memories of childhood, going there and hanging out on the farm and all that stuff, but just a different, type in the small towns, man. Usually very practical, down to earth, and just want to be left alone. And I can appreciate that. Here's a question. According to the Bible, the earth is only around 6,000 years old. Is there any evidence to support this? I always like these chats on the real history of the earth, how long it's really been here.
According to the Bible, the earth is only around 6,000 years old. Is there any evidence to support that?
Indeed there is. The population of the world today is about 8 billion people. Do you know if you start with 6 people, Shem, Ham and Japheth, Noah's 3 sons and their 3 wives, and let that population grow at the rate of about 0.5%, which is very conservative, for 4,500 years, that's how long ago the flood was, we get 8 billion. So the Bible's record of history is exactly consistent with the population of the world. We find soft tissue in dinosaur bones showing that they cannot be millions of years old, including the presence of carbon-14 in dinosaur bones. Once again, consistent with an age of only a few thousand years.
According to the Bible, the Earth...
Yeah, right. Definitely. Let's explore why we find fakery with the dinosaurs. That's a whole interesting rabbit hole. Kent Hovind, Hovind, is really good about biblical world, history or age. This is a really interesting one. It says your favorite celebrity is a clone. This lady claims to be a remote viewer. I can't remember her name, but she's been around for a bit. Fairly new. I've seen her around over the last maybe year.
Time I ever realized cloning was a thing was on one of my remote view travels back in 2011. I ended up stumbling across a cloning facility. I was in this massive underground, almost like a warehouse. In these big open rooms were these giant machines, looked like a giant test tube, and inside were these naked human bodies. They were replicated. There was 2 or 3 of each individual being grown in this state of stasis. One of the easiest ways to play off cloning is plastic surgery. You can become unrecognizable. People like Zac Efron, these celebrity figures, we don't even know who they are anymore. Rather than MK Ultra or try and reprogram someone's mind to do their bidding, they will just take them out completely and program a clone to step into their place. And that's how they cover up this huge agenda. First time.
So see, this is one I need to save because it'd be a good one to play over a compilation of all the celebrities and how they've drastically changed. Many of them, right? Like, it's a thing. It's noticeable. And it's been going on now for maybe a year or two, right? Like, it's a relatively new anomaly we're finding, but there's so many, man. There's dozens at this point, that have just really altered their looks to the point it's like, who is this person anymore? Shania Twain's another one. She looks like she's 20 years old now. It's like, how'd that happen? She's in her 60s, as far as I know. This is what greets you when you land in Los Angeles. Beautiful, wonderful Los Angeles. I used to live there myself. I'm glad I got to live there when I did. It was a good time when I was there. It was still busy. The movie industry was good. There's a lot of people always walking around out there on Sunset. Really fun. And now it's changed. I've shown you all videos from people who live out there who are filming. There's a lot of those old school cool spots on Sunset and Hollywood Boulevard and all that. They're all boarded up still from the 2020 stuff. So never came back. There's nobody walking on the sidewalks anymore. It's crazy. It looks like a ghost town out there now. It's weird. From more than one source, we've seen that.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to LA, where the first thing that greets you is a line of broken down campers where presumably people are just living in the streets. This is just a block from the airport, and, well, welcome to the city of angels. There are no angels here. In fact, there's just a welcome party of, I'm not exactly sure what this is. Looks like something that Cousin Eddie would drive on Christmas vacation, but I'm hungry, so let's go ahead and grab something to eat, shall we? This looks like a great restaurant. They take EBT. Fantastic. It's right on the corner. It's time to go get something to eat. I mean, look at all this.
Oh, man. I really loved that place when I was out there. Let me see the name here again. There it is. I was trying to think of the name of this place a while back. Yoshinoya. There it is. Japanese kitchen. Man, they had one of the best chicken rice dishes ever. And it was pretty cheap. It was like $6, packed tight in a little container they'd give you. Chicken and rice, and it was delicious. And I, near the end of my time in Los Angeles, I'd worked for a security company. I became a manager at this place, and I had a graveyard shift where I had my own car, security vehicle, and I drove around all through LA, and I checked all the accounts from Pasadena down to Long Beach, like all through it. And at night in LA is amazing because you can actually drive. There's no traffic at all. It's crazy. So really, really got to see the city, doing that job near the end. And I was writing. I had an agent, so I was spending a lot of time writing and submitting scripts and stuff. Anyway, But this is one of the places I always stopped at. I forgot the name of it. Yoshinoya Japanese Kitchen. They have them all over Los Angeles, and it was so good, man. Anyway, just had to say, if any of you guys are familiar with Yoshinoya, delicious. Secret Service agent. This is a crazy one. James O'Keefe busted this guy. On J.D. Vance's detail, personal security detail, is just put on leave because undercover he's trashing the other agents, and he's a holdover from the Obama administration, which is a problem. Big problem. Okay, let's check it out.
Metadata revealing where the president's convoy was located, potentially violating both the Secret Service NDA and United States federal law. Tomas is fully aware of this. Quote, I signed paperwork, so if I don't have to give out information, I never do, otherwise I get in trouble. You really have to stand in awe of the lack of self-awareness.
There ain't nothing secret about what we do.
Tomas Escato also reveals that he voted for Biden and that he hates Trump and Vance's immigration policies.
Did you vote for Biden?
Yes, I did actually.
No. What do you think about like all the ICE stuff going on?
I hate that shit.
Yeah.
They're employing taxes that shouldn't be employed.
You may have seen reports last week that someone attempted to break into Vice President J.D. Vance's home in Ohio. That incident prompted us to take a closer look. What we found in our investigation was an agent inside the Vice President's detail who was actually revealing to a total stranger that the Vice President would be visiting his home in Ohio days ahead of time. And while what you're about to see is an important story, the security of the Vice President and his family is our top priority. Now, under normal circumstances, our editorial policy is to request comment a day or two before a report airs. But in this case, we contacted the Secret Service a full week in advance of this report to ensure that nothing we report here would compromise the Vice President's safety in any way. But even with those precautions, what we uncovered is troubling, and we felt this is important for you all to see. We hope that bringing this to light strengthens security and helps prevent future vulnerabilities in our government.
Can I see your badge again with your photo? You said you were training. It was your training?
Yeah, that's like
photo?
4 years ago.
You're so cute.
We met Thomas on the dating app Tinder in October of 2025. The Secret Service agent is a holdover from the Biden administration. He was actually originally tasked with protecting Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff. In fact, he sent us this image from a Christmas party in December of 2024. There he is with Kamala Harris.
How did you get picked to do like vice president?
Not by choice, it's just they talk to you and they let you know. It's like, hey, eventually you're going to have to go down to D.C.
Okay.
All roads lead to D.C. now. So you can go to the president's detail, the vice president's detail, what we call counter surveillance division, so that's undercover stuff.
Note the irony, he's talking about undercover counter surveillance to a journalist wearing a hidden camera. Tomas Escato is often directly involved in the Vice President's transportation to and from his residence at the Naval Observatory, surveillance of the Vice President's residence, and even protecting Vance's wife, Usha Vance, and their children. Here he complains again to a total stranger he just met about his assignment involving J.D. Vance's children.
So what are his kids like?
Go to school with them.
Oh.
Yeah, we follow them everywhere. It's a
Wow.
24/7, there is no black coverage. Not like it's a babysitter, but it's a weird one that we always talk about, like, what the fuck is this? But you can't do nothing.
Oh, you can't do anything.
No, we can't do anything.
Tomas proceeds to give our undercover journalist detailed info with pictures about the specific methods used to transport and protect the Vice President. It even tells her some exact times of shift changes on the Secret Service schedule.
So like when he's like walking, like where are you? Just following.
It's a group of us, we surround, make a moment. We'll have at least a minimum head and now that I'm on the Vice President's actual details, a little different because we have different shifts. We have shift.
Via text, J.D. Vance's Secret Service agent informs the stranger when he has picked up J.D. Vance's wife and even mentions that he and Vance are currently at... Tomas even sends a selfie from inside a J.D. Vance's residence at the Naval Observatory. It's basically a secure location while the Secret Service is surveilling the vice president's home. Now, while he's supposed to be guarding the vice president's property, Tomas is busy snapping selfies, texting our journalist. Now, here's a picture that Tomas sent us taking off from Joint Base Andrews Air Force Base. You see the convoy vehicle going into the airplane, and some of these photos even had location metadata baked in the photos. It's worth mentioning that these pictures were taken a few months prior to sending them to our journalist. While they didn't give away the vice president's location in real time, they did give away certain routes that were used and the number of vehicles in the convoy, information which could be used in the future. This is a photo Tomas sent us from King Khalid International Airport in Saudi Arabia. Here's a photo Tomas sent us loading the convoy into an aircraft at Munich Airport in Germany, where Vice President Vance gave a speech to the Munich Security Council. Again, metadata there on the photo. Another image revealing the exact location at the presidential helicopter at JFK in New York. And we think perhaps most significant, he revealed the location where President Trump's convoy was driving through Emirates Palace in Abu Dhabi, May 2025. This convoy was transporting President Trump for a state visit with the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. These photos are from Tomas Escoto's time during the Secret Service shot from his personal iPhone. His personal phone dating back to May, while on duty protecting the vice president and president, and all of this was sent to our undercover journalist. The Secret Service agent even goes on to detail recent visits to Minnesota, Tennessee, specifies that the Secret Service team was on location as per the procedure.
He went to Minnesota last week.
Okay.
So we sent out a team ahead of time before he went there. Days ahead of time.
Okay.
So they do the security advance for that. Depending on what it is,
Sure.
we liaison with our field office.
I'll go and stop there because this goes on a little bit longer. We're halfway there. But that's really horrible. I'm glad he got taken off that detail. But that's really dangerous. When your own security detail detests you and your children, that could be a problem. This is Trump being goofy. It's just something I was watching. I watch a lot of those. The story of how modern Western medicine was created. This is actually more of a Monday thing, so I want to put this over on Monday, okay? And we've talked about it before. It's the whole Rockefeller system. Most of you are familiar with it. Texas HB1 visa fraud. This is a big deal here. Check this out. But I'm glad all this fraud's being discovered, man. Just, peel it away and then bust the baddies.
Map that shows a significantly larger amount of H-1B visas here in Texas than anywhere else in the country. Well, this is Chand Paravantanini. He's an immigration lawyer here in Dallas, Texas, and as of 2024 has approved over 400,000 H-1B visa applicants, and as of 2025 has approved over 700,000 H-1B applicants in Texas. Now you're probably asking yourself, where do these people work? Do they work at places like this? Cute little 4-bedroom, 3-bath houses that are registered to 66 H-1B applicants? They apparently run a tech company out of this house. This isn't just happening in Irving. It's happening in Irving, Plano, Las Colinas, Frisco, McKinney, Prosper, and more. Because North Texas has been completely overrun and overtaken by both Muslims and Indians. I passed my first mosque the other day. That was interesting. And you'll be glad to know that there's over 67 of them in the North Texas area. You gotta ask yourself, how many fraudulent businesses are you walking past? Because they receive government funding. And do you want to know where that government funding comes from? Your tax dollars. Every time you go to work, money gets taken out of your paycheck, it goes to them.
There you go. Thanks for the report. Kaylee Ashlyn is her handle. If you want to check more of that out, please do. The Wolf of Washington could be in big trouble. Trump wants to look in Nancy Pelosi's books in launching a full investigation of her perfectly timed stock trades. Many of us have been waiting on that for years and years and years. So good to see him talking about it. But like I said, we want to see follow through. Fruits. That's what I care about. Fruits. Same thing with our walk with Christ. You know what I mean? You want to live a life that has fruits, good fruits of the Spirit, and not just a life with no fruits, but you have the words right. This lady right here is having a big issue with zoning and inspections. It's nuts, the government bureaucracy she has to deal with on her own land. It's a mess. Check this out.
Y'all, I just had our meeting with the county commissioners, and they denied us to have an egg stand in front of our house. I get it, there's zoning laws in place, but my house is zoned to have chickens. We're allowed to have 20 chickens and 2 large livestock. And all I wanted to do was legally sell eggs in front of my house so customers could pick up easier. I'm so gutted because I worked so hard. This is a 6-month process. I'm legally allowed to sell eggs, but I can't sell it in front of my home. Make that make sense. It makes no sense. I have, from the Nevada Department of Agriculture, I have my producer certificate. I have my food handler's card. I have my inspection done from animal control. I have my DBA LLC. I even have liability insurance. And like, I can't even sell eggs in front of my house, in front of an egg stand. I have to deliver them. Make it make sense, I don't know. But we're allowed to have 20 chickens and 2 large livestock. But I can't even share that with the community at our house. I have to go off-site. I have to pivot and go off-site, which is cool. But yeah, thank you for everyone's support. It just sucks.
Sorry, lady. Yeah, I never like hearing these stories of the overreach, all the red tape, especially in your own land. This is really cool. It's a short one, but I'd never really thought of this. Maybe I'm just a little slow to the party. But this is, and I like this because I'm not a fan of microwave ovens. How to heat up leftovers without using a microwave. This is really genius. I just never thought of it. I'll let it play again. If it plays again, there you go. But that's it. Water, top, heat it up. There you go. I know it's one of those things I feel like should have been common sense all along. I just saw that video. I'm like, why was I never thinking of this before? Makes sense. Here's a warning from a trucker's wife. Do not go outside, she says. It's in the fog. So she's talking about the mystery fog that some of us have actually experienced.
If you live in Georgia, South Carolina, and Oregon, I'm talking to you. But in my opinion, this is going to be in many more states than what I just named. Stay tuned.
Here's to the good days. Here's to the sorrows.
What I saw when I was watching a friend of mine's Riverside Homestead channel, and he was finding that information about what they had been putting in the fog. So I'm going to share some of that here, you guys. But I encourage you to go over to Riverside Homestead, let them know I sent you, and check out the full video. I'm just going to show you a little bit of what exactly is happening. But in 3 states in the U.S., they have warned their residents, do not go outside if at all possible, because during these times, it is going to be very dangerous to breathe in this fog. Again, residents in 3 different states were advised to stay indoors whenever possible because of toxic organic compounds that have been found inside of that fog. Please share this video out. When I saw his video of it, I immediately told my daughter, well, I asked her, have you experienced anything? Did it smell funny? Did you get a weird taste with it or anything like that? And showed her the video, and she was like, you know what? I was just thinking it was X, Y, and Z. I didn't realize. So a lot of people have no idea. So share this video out. So those people who are living in Georgia, South Carolina, and in Oregon were exposed to elevated levels of the PM 2.5, which have toxic compounds or heavy metals in it. And I know a lot of people in this video that I'm about to show you, they're going to be saying how it had a weird taste to it. It almost smelled like somebody had popped fireworks, so it had like a sulfur smell and taste to it. The heavy metals emitted from vehicles and wood burning create hazardous conditions for those living in that area. So that's what they're blaming it on, you guys. They're not blaming it on what I'm about to show you. The main aggravating factors for poor air quality in Georgia and South Carolina are emissions from vehicle traffic, industrial emissions, and controlled burns. The air quality scale is measured from 0 to 500. Now, if it's good air quality, it's going to range 0 to 50. Moderate air quality is 51 to 100, and unhealthy air quality is 101 to 150. So obviously, it's above 150. On Tuesday, air quality maps for Augusta, Georgia, and neighboring areas in South Carolina show an air quality index of 166. So this is what they're blaming it on, the environment. But what if I showed you something that they did in San Francisco? Would it make you think twice? Would it make you think, did they do this here in Oregon, South Carolina, and Georgia? I'm in North Carolina, but did they do it in those 3 states? And are they willing to do it in other states? Population control is a real thing, you guys.
In 1950, San Francisco didn't just have fog. It was part of a military experiment called Operation Sea Spray. A Navy ship offshore released airborne bacteria over the city to study how a biological agent would spread. The public was never informed. No consent, no warning. And it didn't stop there. Over the decades that followed, the U.S. government repeatedly ran experiments on its own people without telling them. The Army dispersed microscopic particles over cities to track how airborne material traveled. Public health officials ran the Tuskegee study, allowing men to suffer untreated disease for decades just to observe the outcome. In Guatemala, people were intentionally exposed to infection in the name of research. Radiation experiments were later uncovered where civilians were exposed without informed consent. Different agencies, different decades, same logic every time. The public doesn't need to know.
Talk about the fog, right? And everybody's freaking out about the amount of fog that's going around. Not only nationwide, worldwide. Well, apparently in the 50s, our government ran this experiment
to spray. He authorized Sidney Gottlieb to spray germs into the fog in San Francisco Harbor. The point was to try 800,000 people in San Francisco with this germ just to see how many would get sick.
Wow.
And they thought that the germ would sit heavily in the fog and would linger.
The radiation fog covering the entire state of California and causing mysterious health issues. I've never seen fog that leaves this white powdery residue, and radiation fog specifically is not supposed to leave this residue. Local news is saying the residue could be due to chemical particles.
The video kept cutting off, but what she was saying was the news is saying that it's not harmful. When they checked into it, they say it is not harmful at all. Do that look like it's not harmful? It almost looked like the ash from a volcano, which we have volcano activity. One erupted in Hawaii just, I think, yesterday or a few days ago. So, y'all, it's a lot of crazy stuff going on. Y'all let me know what you think down in the comments. So for those of you who always feel like the government...
All right. Thank you for the warning from Trucker's Wife. Her channel is Tommy Bites Homestead, if you want to check her out over on YouTube. She's really good, I think. Of course, I'm a huge fan of the Citizen reporter and journalist. Wait, what? China has its own... Okay, now here's what I was talking about. All right, so we're at that time of AI. It's really starting to improve quickly. It's already amazing what people can do with it. But we're also living, where everything's being revealed. We're living in the apocalypse, the great revealing. Everything's coming to light, right? I've been watching this process for years. We're definitely in that. Veils lifting, matrix glitching, wherever you want to say, but we're in that time. So stranger things are coming in, weirder things. And so some people are going back and forth about this white dragon in China. And, of course, it's bringing up that debate. You know what I mean? Because this one went viral this week. So people are wondering, are we seeing a real dragon? I definitely believe in dragons. I know they're real. When they're in the Bible, I know they're here. They're here. They're real. And maybe they're coming out more and more now, perhaps, right? Or maybe it's all just an amazing AI scam. It could be too. But it's something a lot of people are talking about this week, so let's check it out.
Have you seen this video going viral of supposedly a white dragon in a government facility over in China? People are debating if this is AI or not, but is it possible that AI has been introduced to us, so when dragons and other creatures start appearing, we don't know what's real and what's not? But here's what is real. China has a zodiac calendar that has 11 real animals and only one mythical animal, the dragon. Why have one mythical? Also, in my 1727 Latin dictionary, there are words for dragon, a female dragon, a little dragon, a young dragon, and a sea dragon. Why have these precise terms for an animal that never existed? Have you seen this video?
So there's that. You said the white dragon has been, a lot of people have been talking about this week. I think this is the full video here of it. The alleged dragon. I'm a believer in dragons, but, you know, I don't believe in this necessarily. Probably an AI, most likely, at this point. All right. Looks good, though. Because this guy kind of disappears. Yeah, it's a real... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all AI. It's all choppy. Rando shows up here in the next clip, and then disappears in the third. Yeah, I would think, right? So, let's see what the people are saying. First one says, I say it's real. We've been lied to about a lot of things. Fantasy is the actual reality, and reality is a fantasy. I like that. Let's see. This is unbelievable. There's still like this dragon in real life. Someone said. A lot of it's in Spanish, yeah. Okay, cool then. Cool then. All right. There's the white dragon. Big story this week. Do you believe, or is it AI? Men in Black was released in 1997. Barry Sonnenfeld, did you know something we didn't? Yeah, this is a really good catch of some 9+2 programming before it happened in Men in Black. Check this out. And they do this. This is a clever one.
Okay, this is Men in Black. This was obviously hidden in plain sight. So look right here. You're going to see it playing. That's the plane. There's the Twin Towers.
In the exact same spot. 2 smokestacks. You can...
And an insectoid with a pyramid. That's pretty cool. Insectoid with a pyramid right there.
In the exact same spot.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. Good one. It's a clever one. And that's one of the little things they'll do. Some of these creators in Hollywood be real tricky about it. Giving a wink and a nod to the lodge. You know what I mean? This is really a nice one. Little doom break, if you will. An 81-year-old grandma's Minecraft YouTube channel pays for her grandson's cancer treatment. Sue Jaquat, I don't know if I say that right, Jacote, never imagined she'd become a gamer, let alone a YouTube creator. But after learning Minecraft from her grandchildren, she launched the channel Grandma Crackers. In just 1 month, it's exploded past 100,000 subscribers. Now her growing fan base is doing more than cheering her online. The channel's ad revenue is helping pay medical bills for her 17-year-old grandson, Jack, who's is recovering from aggressive cancer treatment. So let's check out some of Grandma's clips.
What? Yeah. What are you? What are you? You weird thing.
What is that thing? Oh, that's that turtle, I bet. I don't need the turtle. Not now. I'll come back to you, buddy.
What?
That's that hole that I dug.
Oh, no!
No. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. I'm gonna get you. Sorry. I'm gonna make it to the nether. I'm gonna need diamonds.
Oh, my goodness!
There you go. So Grandma Crackers on YouTube if you want to go check her channel out. It'd be a nice little doom break for yous. Man preaches the gospel in Chinese. This is cool to see. Check this out.
耶稣是神，耶稣是神。你说中文吗？我说中文。我说一点点，我说一点点。耶稣，耶稣是神，耶稣是神。阿门。耶稣是主。No. 耶稣是主是什么 ？Lord。耶稣是主。Yeah。阿门。耶稣是主，耶稣是主。
He is the Lord and the Lord.
Amen.
King of kings. 耶稣是主，
耶稣爱你，耶稣爱你们，爱你们。
in God, and I think God's purpose. I believe in God, and I think God's purpose for me was to help protect children. I don't know why. I wish I could give you a better answer than that, but I seen some horrible stuff. I had access. I believe in God, and I think God's purpose for me was to help protect children. I don't know why. I wish I could give you a better answer than that, but I seen some horrible stuff. I had access to be able to do something about it. I did it, and I haven't stopped since.
Good for you, man. Seriously, God bless you, Ryan.
God bless you, man. I believe in God.
Good one. Got a warrior out here. Love to see it. Hacker, I think he was. This is the end of the forklift. It looks like Agenda 2030 really kicking in here. Check this out. These are really amazing, but unfortunately it's taking jobs. Look at that. I mean, it's genius. But there you go, forklift drivers. This is your future, unfortunately. The post-human existence they keep preparing for. And there you have it. I think you get the idea. Pretty crazy. Robots are coming. They're already here. This man, or this claim says this video will change your life. Let's see what this is all about.
Always be a good person, even if nothing comes back in return. Even if they don't care. Even if nobody is seeing it. Being kind is not a strategy, it's a decision. It's not about rewards or what you're getting back. It's about who you choose to be when no one else is watching. So stay kind, because that's something no one can take away from you.
Good stuff. Great message, sir. Thank you. Sweet message, young man. He's a teacher. His school and his state banned phones. The difference is astounding. I bet it is. Let's see what this teacher says about the phones.
My school, my state, banned the phones. Banned the phones. Today, all of my students, 100% of them, took notes in my class, did their assignment, asked for help when they got stuck, and turned it in. And then when they were done, they talked to each other.
Crazy.
Was it this easy the whole time? I have been pulling my hair out for like 8 years. Has it been this easy of a solution the whole time? My school.
There you go. I don't know if there's any teachers in the audience, but maybe that's an idea.
Give it to God.
Pastor has powerful end-time vision. Yeah, man. Let me see. It's 24 minutes. Let me see if I can just kind of jump in here in the beginning.
And I was first instantly reminded of a dream I had over a year ago, where God showed me that I'm like an elephant to him. But in this dream, I also knew this elephant. Like, we known each other for a very long time. And I ran up to this elephant, and it like bowed its head down like this, and I jumped up onto its tusks. I was standing on its tusks, and I was hugging its face like this, and I was just crying, and the elephant was crying, and I said, I missed you so much, and the elephant said, I missed you so much too. And yeah, I knew this elephant before, and then all of a sudden I was in this upper room. It was a circle. It had circle windows around it, and it had seats all around it as well, just like a booth all around, and it was leather and it was puffy. I was there, Jesus was there, and another lady was there. And first, what Jesus showed me, he just showed me a vision, and he showed me a group of people that would be very honored in heaven. And so they entered heaven with confidence, and it was almost like they were going to guess their percentage. And they walked in, and they all knew what percentage they got. And the percentage was based off how much time they spent with Jesus Christ. What, like the scripture says, pray without ceasing. Whatever you do, do in the name of the Lord. Whatever you do, do as unto the Lord. And so this is referring to just always being with God. Everything you do, being with God, being for God, loving His creation, loving people. So this refers to like 100%, the scriptures. Like 100% always with God, always with Jesus. And so the people that were entering this group was a very honored group in heaven. When they entered, most of them got 100%. Some of them got 99%.
This is the part I wanted to hear.
Some of them got 102%, 105%. I don't know how they did that. That's a mystery to me. I'm still trying to figure that one out. But they were very famous in heaven. And they were very honored in heaven. To compare them to somebody here on earth, they would be like the President of the United States, or they would be like a famous basketball player or a famous football player. Just somebody who the entire country would know. Like, anybody would recognize them. Everybody would recognize them. And so these people were very famous in heaven in that manner. And they were confident when they walked into this judgment. And they knew their percentage, and they guessed it. And they got it right. And they were happy, very happy. And the Lord offered me to be judged with them, but I was a little nervous. I was like halfway nervous and halfway confident, but I said no, because I didn't want to know. And so
I'm going to stop there. I mainly wanted to share that part about the percentages. I thought that was interesting, very interesting. And then I was praying, like, I want to have a good percentage, Lord. I don't want to get there and have a bad percentage. It says we're not prepared for how quickly production pipelines are going to change with AI. So here's another example of just some dude using some AI in his freaking bedroom. And it looks like this. Like, that's Millie Bobby right there from Stranger Things, right? It's really incredible. It's scary, too. Look at that. He's all of them. That's creepy, man. But that's where we're at, you know? That's something else. There you go. Let me know if any of you fool around with that stuff. I haven't. I don't plan on it. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says Elon Musk's artificial intelligence chatbot Grok will join Google's generative AI engine in operating inside of the Pentagon network. Oh boy. So Pentagon's going AI. Boy. The pentagrams are bringing in the demons. Hundreds of Met officers declare Mason membership. Hundreds Metropolitan Police officers declared their membership. As a high court judge has said, they announced in December the membership of the Masons or similar hierarchical organizations would be added to its declarable associations policy. This means the officers and staff are required to declare their membership, past or present, of any organization that's hierarchical or has confidential membership and requires members to support and protect each other. In response, the judge has said that more than 300 Metropolitan Police officers, and staff have declared their involvement with Masons or these other hierarchical associations. So there you have it, folks. Unfortunately, a lot of your coppers out there got that Mason mind. And ultimately, that's not good for the people, I don't think. Dunkin' just got exposed. Their branded whipped cream is straight from Sam's Club. This is a crazy one. Look at what this girl found.
I'm going to show you some crazy ass shit that
Okay.
I just found out.
You better.
Alright, so this is the whipped cream that they give us. But here's the catch. Yep. And that's just not it. Another one. And another one. Duncan, you have some explaining to do because why do we have whipped cream in Spanish?
She says it's in Spanish. Oh, yeah. There it is. There's the Spanish underneath dairy toppings. Spanish. Members mark. That's really whack, though. There you go. So a lot of these corporations are cutting corners. Maybe that's why, again, the food quality is going down and the prices are going up in all these places. Says thousands of fake students submitted fraudulent financial aid applications in California. So here's where some of those millions of dollars are going.
To the application system due to a flood of fraudulent financial aid applications from hundreds of thousands of fake students. Officials say scammers stole over $8 million in federal funds and nearly $3 million in state aid in 2024. Community college officials are struggling to determine if applications are real or AI generated. They're now considering an application fee to help root out fakes. The state lawmakers are calling for an audit to figure out how widespread the problem really is.
Wow, right? There you go. Millions. But again, it's good to see these frauds getting exposed. Always. You agree? Over 1 million Iranians have converted to follow Christ. Love it. Check this out. Good to see. Always. More brothers and sisters to hang out with.
Islam is in shambles right now. Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. I know all my Arabic Christian brothers and sisters are screaming Allahu Akbar right now. Praise be to God, man. Over 1 million Iranians have converted to Christianity. Iran has the fastest growing church in the world. God is moving. The Holy Spirit is moving. I even heard a lot of Iranians are having dreams of Jesus. A lot of Muslims are having dreams of Jesus and are converting to Christianity. Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. All the conversions going on and the regime change. Also, 50,000 mosques across Iran have closed. This is amazing. Christ is Lord. We've been screaming this for centuries. Christ is Lord. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, the whole country of Iran will be saved. God bless. Christ is Lord.
Love that, man. Jesus Reigns 23 is his handle. But isn't that so good to see? So is this part of that end times kind of, final revival, we hear about so much? Perhaps hearing all those closing and seeing people openly proclaiming his name. Jesus, I love it, man. Says, oh, this is really good, actually. So this was Renee Good. We know the lady with the ICE situation. Her former father-in-law, she's married to a lady, but her former father-in-law gave the media the interview they were hoping for. Says that gave the interview they were hoping for, or didn't actually. I don't think they liked his answer, is the point. But check out what his answer is to what happened with his daughter-in-law. It's pretty interesting.
I want to ask you about this. When you talk about the confusion, and you've been open, obviously, about your support for the president, when you look at the videos of what happened, and I'm sure they're very hard for you, Timmy, to watch if you've even been able to, but the Deputy Attorney General says that the Justice Department doesn't believe that there's evidence to back a criminal investigation, right? And nothing about charges or anything like that, just an investigation into what happened in terms of the ICE agents' actions. But they were, according to the prosecutors resigning today, pressuring them to investigate Renee's actions and Becca, her wife's actions. How do you feel about all that?
Well, I'm not blaming anybody. I mean, it's a hard situation all the way around. It's hard for for everybody involved. I mean, the ICE agent, at first I didn't see the footage where he was actually, he was actually being ran. I mean, I seen the bump of the car hitting, hitting his legs. And so in a, in a flash like that, it's hard to say how you would react. From my understanding that he had been through that before, maybe dragged or something. And so, like I said, it's just a hard situation for everybody. Becca, she's a great person as well. I mean, I don't have any many enemies. I love everybody, and that's what the Bible tells us: love our neighbors as we love ourselves. But I think there's some bad choices, and the word says, "For the wrath of God will come upon the children of disobedience." And it's I don't blame Ice, I don't blame Rebecca, I don't blame Renee. I just wish that if we're walking the Spirit of God, I don't think she would have been there.
Beautiful. Beautiful and well said, man. That's a brother in Christ right there. You can tell. That's good stuff. Great answer. Yep, children of disobedience. Oof. And I'm sure that CNN wasn't crazy about that interview. Keir Starmer says investigation into X will carry on despite admitting X is not breaking the law. It's no surprise there from Keir. Unfortunately. This viral video here is many years old, but it's so good. Check this out. Long before AI, and it shows a high-speed object caught on surveillance camera. This is so good, though. Check out whatever this thing is. It's just really weird looking. You'll see it on the right, or about the center in a second. There it is. Look at that. What the crap? Looks like it's got a bunch of tentacles coming out of it there, doesn't it? Looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. Like a metal head or something. Looks like it's got little legs. And tentacles coming out of the back of its elongated head there. If that's a head, if that's a thing. Is it a thing? Is it an entity? Is it an object? Really crazy. Look at that. It leaves behind that weird trail of energy. I don't know. Yeah, because it kind of fades away. Yeah. So there you go. That's a good one. Oldie but a goodie. Before AI. Those are the good ones. So this isn't shrinkflation, it's robbing Americans in plain sight. Yeah, this is nonsense. And I showed you the one from Jersey Mike's last week. But here's a different one. A bag of Ruffles. Baked potato chips. Look at that. That is just, that is insanity. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like she's going to walk away with maybe 6 to 7 chips out of that bag. It's a real shame. Yeah, we've seen that in other videos as well, especially with those smaller bags of chips. They seem to really be skimping on those. Yeah, let's throw a couple in there. It says, stop holding back your gift. I like this message. See what you think.
I guess I'm afraid, other people won't like it.
So what? Who cares? The ones that don't like it, it's not for them anyway. It's only for the ones that will like it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Not everyone is going to resonate to what you have to create, but it doesn't matter. What you're creating isn't for the ones who aren't attracted to it. It's for the ones who are. So who cares about the ones that aren't?
Yeah.
Is that too logical for you?
No, it makes sense.
Do you understand? You have no business measuring yourself against others. You have no business comparing yourself to other people. And what anyone else thinks of you is also none of your business. Do you understand? Yes. It's none of your business. Because that's not what your business is about. Your business is about being yourself as fully as you can. That's your purpose in life. And if you're not willing to be yourself, all the people that would be attracted to the gift you have to give are being deprived of your gift. Why would you do that to them? Why would you hold yourself back from people that are looking for you? Why would you be that stingy?
I guess.
You see, you think, in a sense, you're doing something humble. But you're being arrogant and hoarding your gift and keeping it away from people who might need to see it. Relax. You would not be where you are. You would not have the gift you have if there wasn't someone who needed to receive it. As we have often said, there are no one-sided coins. If you have the head, the tail has to be there, or there's no coin. You have the head by saying you have the gift. The fact that you have something to give defines the reality that there must, by definition, be somebody in that reality who needs to receive it, or you wouldn't be excited about it. You'd be excited about something else. So don't hold back the gift that you are. Someone is waiting to receive it. Don't make them wait. Yes?
Yes.
And when you don't make them wait, you won't be waiting to be yourself. Channel more of yourself. Yes?
Yes.
Is this helping you?
Yes. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
So I don't know this man. You know, I'd never heard of him. It says quantum manifestation. Maybe that's it. Probably a bit of a new agey type. But you know what? I can still separate that and hear, when I hear wisdom, I know it. And some of these people will have wisdom, even demonic wisdom, right? So this is why we discern people, we discern things. I don't get attached to the people speaking the words. I listen to the words and see if they resonate. And those words really resonate, you know, and I like that. It's a positive message for sure. As for him, I don't know anything about him, but I like that message. Breaking articles of impeachment have officially been filed against Governor Tim Walz in the Minnesota House. Love it. See you later, Satanist. See you around, sucker. The Trump admin has just suspended visa processing for 75 countries. Oh, this is big. All right. Let's see. It's a big deal here.
Okay, who you allow to visit your country should reflect the national interest. We said that from the very beginning. It was one of the directives.
I'll move on. That's as high as that audio gets, unfortunately, but we got it. We get it. We understand. They're making moves, it seems. Oh, this is pretty funny. It's just one of these protesters trying to confront a ICE agent and bust him down. It's really nauseating seeing some of these people do this.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you
Stay
see
back.
me in the way? I am back.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
I love my job. Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high school. And I make $200K.
People regard me as someone valuable in society. What about you? Is yours expertise? No. Come out and report if you can.
That's pretty good. How long did you go to school? Over 7 years. I went to high school. I make $200,000. 30-second video link with very decent stability. Okay, here's another example of somebody using this technology. And just look how good it looks. It's just really, we've crossed a threshold here for sure.
Christopher. May I ask who's calling? Hey, Christopher, this is Giuliano Massarelli. I was reaching out about the life insurance inquiry you sent in. Did you end up getting that in place?
I've already asked, I don't know how many times to be taken off your call list. I'm good. Don't order that.
Oh, okay, so you got your family protected?
We're good, yes.
Okay, and what type of coverage did you end up getting?
There you go. Craziness, right? Craziness. Anybody can do it these days. That's the scary part. It's available to all. Gavin Newsom's California is so committed to saving the environment that they are clear-cutting 3,493 mature old-growth oak trees in native woodlands, grasslands, and vernal pools to make way for 3,000 acres of solar panels. How's that hit you? The nonsense of these people. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Audit finds the state of Maryland paid out $760 million in fraudulent unemployment benefits. Busted. Expose them all. Says, you're not going to believe what I found at this California gas station. Oil companies are begging to charge less for gas and attacking California taxes. That is crazy. Look at this special message the oil companies are putting up. And look what they're paying. We're like around $2 where I'm at right now.
Gas taxes are so bad in California that at the gas stations they have these signs saying California has the highest gas taxes and fees in America. Scan here to take action. And what it does is it brings you to a page to try and force the legislature to roll back the gas taxes. Isn't that amazing? There's your political activism in California. The oil companies saying, please, for the love of God, just lower the price of gas.
That is crazy, isn't it? $5. Wow, what are you guys paying where you're at? I imagine it's different all over, but probably worse in the blue states. It's official. San Francisco just made the horrible decision to sign off on reparations for black people despite facing a $1 billion budget deficit. Each black person could get $5 million. Black people must take steps to prove they deserve the funds. Welcome to Clown World. San Francisco, man, they have a much bigger fish to fry out there. Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Oh, this was just an old one I've showed y'all before. This is a lady with a filter. And here in a second.
Yes, you can refuse to be fooled.
And then here you see the filter fall. And just what a difference, right? So there is the real person right here. But again, it's just kind of a reflection of how so many things are fake in our world now with this technology. So this is what she really looks like. And then we go back to the filter. There you go. There you have it. No thanks. Says, can we brag about God real quick? I really loved this. Another little doom break for us. Check this out from this young lady.
Y'all know what time it is.
What time it is, my beautiful princess?
It's time to brag about God real quick.
Okay.
God's an unfailing God. He's an on-time God.
Yes.
He's a God of truth.
Come on.
A forgiving God. He's the Alpha and the Omega. The beginning and the end. The first and the last. He's all-knowing, all-powerful. My deliverer, my refuge, my fortress.
Yes.
God is everything I need in life. I cannot do anything without God.
Come on now.
And I want y'all to know, with man, things aren't possible. With God, I mean with God, all things are possible.
Yes.
Nothing is too hard for God. God will not put too much on us than we can handle.
Teach,
I want
boo.
you guys to know that we are God's soldiers. We are a soldier for the Lord. We will get through whatever we need to get through. Walking with God's not going to be easy, but just know you're going to get through it. We try our best, and we want to make it to everlasting life. Try your best to be the best person, the best we can be.
Come on, girlfriend. Amen, amen, amen. So when you get a roadblock, it's going to be okay because God going to get you over it, right? When you stop, it's going to be all right. Pray and keep it going. I promise you, God is your way, so you will get through it.
Yes, and Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He said,
All right, beautiful stuff, young lady. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's real. Somebody said it was AI. I don't think so. We'll see. Fetching post content. I don't think it's AI. I think it's real. I don't want to wait on Grok. Nice.
So many people are noticing this very weird mark or brand on Erica Kirk's hand. That's gonna get pretty wild. It's weird because it seems to take different forms at different times. Very suspect. Now, we're getting into two different things. First, people say that it's the Alpha and Omega symbol. But let me show you something really quick. Somehow in this picture and this picture, this is the Nexium brand or symbol put on all the people in the cult. The victims, shall I say. You can't tell me that's not the Nexium symbol. I'll add, that's definitely not the Alpha symbol for Alpha and Omega. This is. It almost seems like she added the Omega part of the tattoo for some kind of reason. What's really odd is in certain places, it does appear to take on the Alpha and Omega symbol. Right here, but all the other ones are showing the clear Nexium symbol. Let me ask you this. Is it possible that Eric knows Keith Raniere or moreover, the people that funded Nexium? Yeah, the picture right here in the middle, that's wild considering what we're talking about. So Keith Raniere was the leader of Nexium. It was a cult that promised basically fame, rising, personal development. And many people in this cult were actually on very, very popular TV shows back in the day. Hawaii Five-0, Smallville. So the question is, was being part of this cult an offering for a way to fame? We do know, besides her modeling, she was also an inspiring actress. So that's odd we'd have this same mark from Nexium allegedly appearing on her hand, as Keith Raniere was helping people in their careers. Now, the Brumfin family was known to really supply and get Nexium started, including $150 million of capital. I'll let you pause and read. Trust me, this gets really, really weird and coincidental. Google's been really good at scrubbing information lately, but here's what we know. We know there's this weird symbol on her hand. Somehow it changes if it's not two different symbols on two different hands. We have a picture of her getting a white tattoo, but we definitely have the Nexium symbol. Nexium is known to push fame on people who join the cult. Keith Raniere, being the leader, was tied up in these circles. The Bronfman family was supplying them money to get them going. Why would they supply them money for a cult like this? The craziest part about all of this, Nexium ran till 2018. A year later, Erica was on a reality TV show. What are the chances? Part 2 coming. So many.
Wow, that's a pretty wild one, huh? That's an observation. I hadn't seen that until this week of that weird branding that was showing up on her. Not a good sign. That was some Ashley. We saw that earlier. Ashley Hayes. Update. Okay, yeah, actually, let me show you this one first. This was a longtime general manager for 19 years was just fired from this restaurant. I'll play a little bit of this.
I'm not going to say their name, but it rhymes with Booby Tuesday.
Ruby Tuesday.
I started as a server when I was 19 years old, became a bartender. I did shift leading for a while. I was assistant general manager for years, and then I finally became the general manager. Very proud of that. I worked really hard for that. 19 years, I never missed a day of work. I've always showed up. I've always been consistent, always done everything. I've watched the company go from 1,000 stores down to 195. I've went the whole way with the company. They decided they were going to be open on Christmas Day this year. So first of all, I had to tell my family and my kids that I was going to miss Christmas dinner and all of that and all the activities and family time to go to work. What I didn't want to do was just make my employees work. So I took volunteers. The company didn't pay an extra dime to work on Christmas Day. No holiday pay, no bonus pay, no time and a half, no double time, nothing. But they expected me to just make people work, which I didn't want to do. I work in a college town. Most of them were at home on break with their families. The few people I had around town that were still working, they wanted Christmas off. They wanted to spend time with their families on Christmas like they should, like I wanted to. So I had 3 volunteers that were willing to work on Christmas. There was no previous sales. There was nothing really to base that on. We were only going to be open from 4 to 9. So we were going to run it with the 4 of us. I talked to my boss about it. He's like, that's not enough. He's like, you need more people. You got to make more people work with no incentive on Christmas Day. I couldn't get anybody else to work. I couldn't make anybody work. I was not going to fire anybody for not working on Christmas. So the 4 of us did the absolute best we could, and we got killed. I cooked all the food by myself. I had a host, I had a server, and I had a brand new shift leader first day out of training that was trying to help out wherever she could. She started out cooking with me for a while, and then they started filling up in the front, and the whole place filled up. And I've never seen so many to-go orders come in within a few hour span ever. Apparently we were the only place open in town. I did the best I could. I cooked by myself. I cooked thousands of dollars worth of sales and food till about 8 o'clock. We were supposed to close at 9. By 8 o'clock, I was almost out of prep. Both sides of my line were empty. I was running back and forth to the cooler. Both sides of my screens were both still full. The restaurant was still full. I didn't know what to do. We were all overwhelmed. We ended up closing the front door 1 hour early at 8. 8 so we could finish taking care of all the people inside the restaurant and finish up the to-go orders that we could not turn off. I cannot turn off the to-go orders. They would stop at 9. So I finished cooking what I had for all of those people, ran back and forth, prepped some things on the fly to get those people taken care of, to get the to-go orders all taken care of, to get to 9 o'clock. We closed, 4 of us closed the entire restaurant. I closed the entire kitchen by myself. We washed thousands of dollars worth of dishes. We were all there very late at night. And then I got fired for my efforts. So, I already got another job. I'm starting at the bottom. I had to just grab a job. I had to grab a server job. I'm in training.
19 years.
After 19 years, I'm in training to be a server at another restaurant. And
so I'll stop there and we'll show you the update. I was glad to see an update from this young man. Let's check it out because he got screwed over, man. And I worked in the restaurant industry for years myself, off and on, always as a server. So I've done that, and I liked it. I actually enjoy that job. I don't think it's that bad. All right, let's check it out.
All right, life update. Last 48 hours have been absolutely amazing, and I have so much hope for the future. 3 days ago when I made the post about losing my job, I was at rock bottom. I was depressed. I was scared. Felt like my life was crumbling. I didn't know what I was about to do. And I just prayed and I prayed and I prayed and I prayed and I cried and I prayed some more and I just asked God to show up in my life and do something in my life. And then he showed up. And all of you guys showed up. When you have hundreds of thousands of people praying for you and supporting you and rooting for you, that can do some amazing things in your life. I'm so hopeful for the future right now. And I'm so confident in myself and my abilities because you guys have all been building me up.
There you go. So I want to share some of that. So the internet's not always a place where people just rip each other into shreds. You know, sometimes we see some good stuff like that. I like it. This guy literally explains how to beat the demon of lust. I love it because that's one of the tougher ones. My life was always one of the tougher ones to battle for sure.
What's behind pornography is the demon of fornication. This is a very particular demon. He's violent. He communicates through his influence to men that they can't do this, they can't live without it. He smashes them on the head every time they try to resist him. And the witness of the church is the demons are defeated. Christ is the victor. Join yourself to Christ. Show that you'd rather be faithful to him than anything else, even if it means death. Good for you. Do it, and you will have the victory. There are plenty of men who have obtained the victory in this area, and this is what we need to bear witness to. If we believers can choose Christ over our greatest passions, that light will be so bright that it will help many in our families, many in our workplaces, in our neighborhoods. They'll be coming to Christ, and you'll see the increase of the church, the triumph of the church, through the practical conquering of sin in our lives.
Love that message, man. Thank you, sir. I can't remember his name. I've shared clips of him before, though, but I do like him.
What's behind pornography?
I know, even though he's a Catholic, you know, and I mean, see, I don't get caught up in that, man. I try to feel the words of the Lord, you know, the wisdom, the truth, and it can come out of any vessel, even one, you know, different religions, different faith, different whatever, man. You know, it's like God's wisdom's everywhere. So that's what I listen for. I'm not, oh my God, it's a Catholic, I ain't gonna listen to him. Not that any of y'all are doing that. I don't know if you are, but yeah, I just don't operate like that, you know. I think there's nuance with things. Everything's not so black and white, you know. This is pretty crazy. The demonic gray alien sends a telepathic beam into this lady's brain.
Laying in my bed, and I don't know why I woke up. I can't tell you why, but my eyes just began to open, and when they did, I'm laying in my room, and it was dark out, but it was like this darkness that flooded my room that was blacker than black. I just couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And it was accompanied with the worst kind of fear you could possibly imagine. So when this came into the room, I had such fear. And simultaneously, the best way I can describe it is if you can see sound. And so it was like a light this is strange as from where I come from. You don't talk about stuff like this.
Do it.
But it was like a beam of light, and I could see it in my mind's eye where it was arcing from our front patio. A beam of light would arc and hit me in the head and arc back and forth. And as it was doing it, I could hear the words, "Come out here, come out here." Being that now I've been through some battles, I'm not just some little girl, some new Christian. And so I immediately recognized it. And it felt like such a violation of what I carry on the inside. It felt like such a violation against the Lord. And so as this beam of light is tapping me in the forehead, back and forth, going back and forth in this fear, I sat up in bed and I swung my legs over on the bed. And before my feet even hit the ground, I had the presence of God come on me so strong. I started speaking in tongues. I started praying in the Spirit. It was like a spirit of might that came on me. When Samson ripped the gates and the posts off, he drug those gates 40 miles. Like he had the Spirit of God, like supernatural strength come on him outside of himself for a purpose and a reason. Saying that to say, I had such a spirit of might that came on me. I was praying in the Spirit. I'm praying in tongues. And as I opened our bedroom door, we had a walkway. I could see our front patio door, sliding door. And as I flung my door open, I'm praying in the Spirit, man. I've got the Spirit of God on me. Like I literally watched it come up out of me, like, ruh. Felt like an absolute violation. It was like where the Spirit of God on the inside of me was not having what I was about to see. And so not even knowing what I was about to see, as I ripped the door open, I looked straight to my patio door, and here stood a gray underneath our patio light. It's just standing there staring at me through the glass.
Creepy. That's scary, I gotta admit. There's some good in the movie Communion. It's about, I can't remember the guy's name now, but it's a true story about a guy's abduction. But there's some really creepy imagery all throughout that. It's called Communion. Oh, Whitley Strieber, that's his name. Declassification of federal secrets. This should be interesting. Let's see if they actually pull this one off. But here's the plan.
So I'd like to hand it over to my esteemed colleague and chairman of the new task force, Congresswoman Luna, for her remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. When our founding fathers stood against tyranny, they did not merely oppose taxes. They defended the sacred idea of individual sovereignty. They declared that no government, agency, or title could infringe upon the freedoms of speech, religion, thought, and the pursuit of truth. For too long, the American spirit has been dimmed by a veil of secrecy, by a government that has grown too comfortable in the shadows, denying us the transparency we deserve. But today, we stand at the dawn of a new era where the light of truth begins to shine through. A few weeks ago, President Donald Trump made a historic announcement. With the stroke of a pen, he committed to declassifying the files concerning the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a decision not just monumental, but pivotal. It is with profound honor that I have been entrusted by Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman James Comer to lead the House Oversight Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets. Together with the help of the White House, our intelligence allies, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, we will be conducting investigations into the following: the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King, unidentified aerial phenomena, also known as UAPs, unidentified submerged objects, also known as USOs, the Epstein client list, the origins of COVID-19, and the 9/11 files. This task force will be a beacon of bipartisanship. On the Republican side, Representatives Burchett, Boebert, Burleson, Crane, Gill, and Mace will be joining me, although I'd like to note that I'm expanding this to the entire governing body and will be allowing certain members to waive on. Our first hearing is set for March. The date will be announced soon, and we've already initiated close to a dozen communications with various agencies, to include Pam Bondi at the Department of Justice.
All right, I'm going to move on, but let's see what happens. Oversight Committee is announcing new task force, and they're going to release all these classified files, is what they're claiming. So I hope they actually go through with that. That would be nice. if ever there was a kind of a sign of everything being uncovered and truth coming to light, that'd be one. Here's a really good one too. I love this passion from this feller. Check out what he's talking about too, because a lot of y'all are going to feel this, and some of you might not. I certainly do. But see what you think about this.
And now all of a sudden, and I hope you have this experience, if you don't, you're not a Christian. Don't deceive yourself, don't delude yourself, stop pretending. If you don't have this experience, you are not a Christian. All of a sudden now, when you sin, you hate it. Not that you don't sin, but when you sin, it grieves you. When you sin, you plead with God. God, how did you let this happen? Like, God, why am I doing this? Why am I still thinking these thoughts? And you grieve and you're saying, God, please forgive me. I don't want to live this way anymore. And now your life is this life of peace and joy in the salvation you have in Jesus, coinciding with this deep hatred for sin. You see, that's what it looks like when the Spirit of God indwells someone, like Ezekiel 36 says, and it says, I will cause you to observe my statutes. So if some of you are in the room right now thinking, I don't have that experience, I say I believe in Jesus, but I can pretty much do what I want, and it doesn't bother me, I want to encourage you to repent and believe the gospel. Turn to Christ and live. And now all of a sudden,
that's great.
And I hope you have this experience.
It's a great message, and I wonder, some of y'all, like I said, are definitely going to feel that one. Let's check it out.
Created by Boston Dynamics. The rise of the robots is science fiction no more.
Oh, how fitting. Naming this humanoid robot after an Antichrist figure. Now, for those wondering what I'm talking about, what do I mean being named after an Antichrist figure? Well, the name Atlas goes back to Greek mythology, but also we can see right here with Atlas, as described by Plato, was the first and supreme king of the legendary island of Atlantis. Now, according to Plato, the first 10 kings of Atlantis were the 10 sons of the sea god Poseidon. Atlas ruling as the supreme sovereign over the island named in his honor. Now, where have we heard this before? Oh yeah, that's right. The 10 kings during the Great Tribulation, the book of Revelation, where the little horn, the Antichrist, rises from the 10. And now we can also see, according to Greek mythology, which goes back to the polytheistic religion of the antediluvian world, that is where you get this belief in Atlantis, by the way, with the fallen angels mating with the daughters of men, producing the Nephilim, the Titans, so you have the gods and then the Titans. But according to Greek mythology, Atlas, a Titan, an offspring of the gods, so an offspring of the fallen angels, was condemned to uphold the heavens or the sky for eternity. Now, of course, as we already know, these individuals, these rulers, these puppet masters, love their Greek and Roman mythology because it goes back to the polytheistic mystery religion of Babylon, Sumer, the antediluvian world. So it's interesting to note that they always like to name their creations after these Greek or Roman or Egyptian gods. But I found it also interesting, something to note down here, underlined in red, how in some texts, Atlas is even credited with the invention of astronomy itself. Now, the reason why I find that interesting with my own pattern recognition, which gets me into trouble sometimes, could also be absolutely nothing, but found it interesting how we can see Google Gemini is taking control of humanoid robots. And what robot, you might be asking? Well, Gemini is going to be inside of Atlas. And now, of course, as I'm sure you already know, the word Gemini in Latin means twin, and it is a zodiac sign and a constellation in the northern sky known as the twins. And of course, it goes back to Greek mythology with the twins, son of Leda, one mortal and one immortal. So there you go, going back to Genesis chapter 6. The sons of God, the B'nai Elohim, the fallen angels, coming down and mating with the daughters of men to produce the Nephilim. And now, like I have already pointed out before, but I will just reiterate once again right here, how these individuals love to name their creations after these Greek and Roman deities that go back to the polytheistic mystery religions, that go back to Egypt, Babylon, Sumer, and the antediluvian world ultimately. But as we can see, Meta, lovely Meta, building their AI data centers. And what do they name them? Oh yeah, Prometheus and Hyperion. I'm sure it means nothing. Now, let me just clarify something really quick for everybody so that there's no misunderstanding here. I am not calling this humanoid robot Atlas the Antichrist. I'm just pointing out the fact that they named this humanoid robot Atlas after an Antichrist figure in
Thanks, sir. Yeah, think it was Churchy Joe. You have a good point about him, and his name is Shepherd for Messiah is the new channel. This is on TikTok. I think it was Shepherd for the King was the other one. I can't remember anyway, but yeah, he's one of the guys that unfortunately, and I've been following him and sharing clips from him on KJ's What Happened for a while. And then 923 happened, this past 923. And unfortunately, he's one of the people that got caught up in that and believed it was actually the date and was telling people that it was actually going to happen. And then, of course, as we know, it didn't. And he put out a couple videos apologizing, which was definitely the right thing to do, and repenting of it. You know, no more setting dates. And then he took a little bit of a step back for a bit, I think just for a few weeks. And then he created some of these other channels now, so he's back. And even at the time, I was saying, you know, that it is really unfortunate. And unfortunately, he's going to lose a lot of people's trust. You know, there are people who will never come back from that. But I recognize a gift and talent, you know, he has, the Lord's given him, and he can see some things. And I like that. I see some things too. So, you know, that's what I really respect about this brother in Christ. I feel bad for him that he got caught up. The devil tricked him. You know, he got caught up in that 923 stuff. But, you know, we hope and pray for him that he comes back stronger, better, you know, learns from his mistake. And I'm still giving him a chance, like I said, because I like a lot of his observations. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, you got to be so careful, man. So many deceptions out there, right? Multiple ICE and FBI vehicles were destroyed and looted. You probably heard about this. So they're really turning up the heat now out there. They're about to. The feds are, it seems. A woman records an older couple both asleep as their self-driving Tesla transports them safely on the highway at 70 miles per hour. I don't know if I could fall asleep in my vehicle, man. I just don't know. I don't think I could pull it off.
Ready?
Can you see yet?
Yeah. No, not yet. Oh, here they are. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I'm still recording it, too.
Get the car, too.
Okay. Well,
I agree, Churchy Joe. I agree.
Tesla. At license plate. Oh, ready?
Can you see yet?
Yeah. No, not yet. Oh, here they are.
Yeah, I agree, Churchy Joe. I wasn't saying, you know, well, I'm going to believe in him, even though you're not Churchy Joe. I hope you didn't take it the wrong way or anything. But I get what you're saying. I appreciate it, my friend. It's all right. He does need to be real careful. Yeah, that's a big one. You know, when you mislead that many people, because, not to get too heavy into it, but I always think about the ramifications of the energy of things and thoughts and things like this. So when you really hurt a lot of people, because I'm sure that hurt a lot of people, there may have been people who quit jobs, you know, back around. I don't know if they did it for him, but a lot of people were quitting their jobs and getting everything set aside because they were just convinced 923 we were out of here. You know what I mean? Which is so against the word. We don't know, right? So we know it's the season for sure. But I just think of all the people that could have been hurt, and then all the people that, since they got hurt, their families and friends were hurt, and then it just goes on, and a lot of hurt and a lot of bad feelings focused on one individual. It's like, oof, ooh. But it can be turned around. You know, Jesus can do anything. So, yeah, we pray for him, man. That's it, you know. All right, Stephen Miller says, feds have begun work of identifying, disrupting, and dismantling these insurgent networks out in Minnesota. So there we go. Looks like there's some action taking place. Here's Trump talking to the Minnesota people, threatening the Insurrection Act, which would be pretty wild. I think they say the last time it was done was under George Bush Sr. Former soldier says she saw a forbidden map inside a U.S. military room, and it wasn't just Earth. Listen to this one. This is pretty interesting. If she's telling the truth, right? I don't know.
And screens to do a lot. I was stationed in Iraq. I used to have to go into a lot of different rooms that had a lot of computers and screens to do a lot of different things for whatever reason that we were in there. One time, I went into a room that had, like, this guy was sitting there with 3 computer screens, and on one of his computer screens, there was a map. And the map was not a map of the earth. It looked like a map of the earth, but it caught my attention because when I looked at it, it just like looked the wrong shape, right? So I started looking at it and I was like, The earth was like in the middle and there was shit outside of it. Now this was a room that map would literally not have been in. Like there was no way that this map, I've told this story on my TikTok before. There's no way that this map was in this room. Like it wasn't real. There was no, these computers were not allowed to have people's cute little backgrounds and shit on them. And this wasn't a cute little background. It was a map that was being monitored. Anyway, he was doing something. I was waiting for him to do something. And he notices me just completely fucking lost in this map because my bladders were gasted. I was realizing that this was a map, and in the middle, I saw all of the countries of the world that we know, and there was shit on the outside. So I'm looking, right? I'm like, what the fuck is this? Because it said shit that why does that say Asgard, right? Anyway, so I'm looking at it, and I'm like, what the, right? And he looks at me and just very matter of fact, it was like, no one's gonna believe you. And I just like, I was like, damn it, I know. Anyway, I think about that a lot.
So see, there'd be one I'd like to, someone to talk to and just get more of that story. And I guess you probably told us everything she saw. I guess it was a brief glimpse. This is a really good catch from somebody right here. It shows somebody trying to put spells on others in public. It says, watch out for these warlocks. This is a really good catch from someone.
Right over the corner is a warlock who is going to use a type of witchcraft that is gaining in popularity here in the States. Nobody's talking about it, so he's got a baby with him to try and look innocent, but in reality, this man's already spotted a victim. He's going to start off by throwing a fiery dart. There you go. That's to subdue her mind, allowing him to touch her without being noticed. He's got to put something on her skin, and he's about to go do it now. All right, watch him. He's going to do it really fast. Gets down. Boom. Check that out. So, what he just did there was put a substance on her skin. We'll get to that substance in a second. At this point, the woman in the video said that she began feeling dizzy. She knew something was wrong. To get this woman where he wants to, he needs to talk to her. So he tries to start a conversation right here, but she ignores him. Instead, she goes to her sister, who's in the next aisle, and she escapes danger. If he were successful, he would have gained 100% control of that woman's mind, her body, her finances, anything he wanted. He would have gotten a yes out of her. It's evil, but it's becoming quite popular in the U.S. and nobody's talking about it. So I have to expose it. I'm about to show you what he was doing, why he failed, how you can avoid being a victim of this thing.
Oh, he does that, I think, in the next video. But okay, thanks for sharing, sir. Super creepy. We've seen, there's another video I shared with y'all a few months ago, and it was a lady clearly putting casting some kind of a spell over like a vegetable section in a Walmart. You guys remember that? Pam Bondi reveals she fired. Oh boy. So yeah. So there's a lot happening here. Let's check this out. Some kind of action, at least, finally.
In Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months in Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota?
There we go. Good to hear. We need that. More firings. It's a good thing. Cut the fat, Trump rescued 62,000 missing children. Oh, this is one I'm going to put over on Monday. Do that. Because there's, I remember, there's some heavy stuff in there. Let's check this out then. Independent journalist was able to gain access to a building in Los Angeles because the page-in system was broken. Let's see what this young man's saying here. Looks like we got another independent investigator out here.
All right, you guys, so I had to actually get my way in here because the numbers weren't working to be paged in. But look at what this is uncovering. Hospice, home health care, Allegiance Home Health, Honeywell Home Health, Wellspring Home Health, Golden Touch Home Health, Amazing Health, Dignity Care Hospice, Moonlight Hospice Incorporated, Thousand Oaks Hospice Incorporated, Premier Home Care Agency, Altruistic Hospice Incorporated, Capital Hospice Care Incorporated. Some of those don't even have signs on their doors, and the ones that did weren't answering or had a Ring camera. There were 2 people that were actually in the office. They gave me brochures and numbers, so we're gonna find out what's going on. And I walked 7 more feet, and what do we have? Sheltering Arms Hospice Care. Absolutely ridiculous.
It is, but I love it. We got another citizen journalist, excuse me, in his hometown. He's going out there and doing it right. That's the way you do it. Just report, film, just truth, you know. Check this out. These are super weird also. In the end, do any of you all have one of these, a set of these? AI glasses can now recognize anyone anywhere. A Dutch journalist just tested a pair of AI-powered glasses that can instantly identify strangers on the street. That is not good. But welcome to the surveillance state, right?
Mag ik dat vragen? Als ik naar Amsterdam Centraal wil, kan ik dan het beste naar
de metro
de metro, niet de trein pakken?
Nee, de metro, dat is vaak sneller. En dan gewoon de Noord-Zuidlijn.
Ja.
Of die naar Centraal Station.
Als ik naar Centraal Station wil, moet ik dan de metro of de trein nemen?
Je kunt allebei nemen.
Ja.
Maar moet je snel zijn?
Ja. Moet ik de metro of de trein pakken?
Je moet de metro pakken. Want dan moet je de metro 50 of 51 pakken.
50 of 51?
Ja, het geeft gewoon aan. Als je het doorloopt, dan zie je de metro.
Ja.
50 of 51.
That's so dangerous.
Wordt het om die partij van Schiedam?
Ja?
Ja? Klopt het dat je Floor hebt?
You get what's happening, right? It's like it instantly shows who these people are. Man, you know what kind of crazy scams people could be running with these things? You could wear those, excuse me, out in public and do something like, you know, if I tell you 3 personal things about yourself and I get it right, you know, give me $20 or something. I'm saying if you were that kind of a person, you know, you could do weird stuff like that and get away with it. That's really crazy. AI glasses, man. Yikes. No thanks. This is just kind of cool to watch. Moments of the final day of high school captured in 1998. The country you grew up in no longer exists. Man, that's true. Got to take the music down, but let's watch some of this. Doing the Carlton. Good times, man. Some of you guys remember graduating in the 90s. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of it. The generation before the phones. Then it was early 2000s is when it all started coming in. Really creeping in. And now here we are. Now we're at a point where a lot of these younger generations are tuning out. You know, they're turning off their devices, as we saw earlier in the show. So already worked full circle. It's pretty crazy. It's good to see. Liberal protester admits George Soros pays for protests. So here's another one of them that are being paid, unfortunately. And this kind of stuff, this being paid to be a deceiver is what it is.
You dress up today.
Who are you, Land? Are you right wing?
I'm a conservative, yes.
Okay.
But I'm trying to have a good conversation.
So you all know that I'm paid, right? Don't you all know that I'm paid?
Yeah, you're at every single protest ever, yes.
I get paid to be here.
How does that work? Do you get paid per protest, or is it like a commission fee? Like, if you're louder, you get paid more.
If I'm louder, I get paid more. If I'm obnoxious, I get paid more. If I cuss you all out, I get paid more.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Who writes your checks? Is it George Soros?
George Soros. Definitely George Soros.
Well, thank you for admitting it.
Yeah.
You're the honest one out
here.
here.
Personally.
He owes you a lot, right?
No, he knows me personally. Yeah.
Are you his favorite protester?
I am his favorite protester.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Tell them George Soros says hi.
So there you go. Anyway, yeah, being paid to deceive. It's unfortunate, which leads to harm, you know, of others. This is the last clip. Says, I'll let this lady explain. She's with Law Liberty Center or something, and they're taking on this case right here that happened in the school. Look at this.
The video you're watching here sparked national attention after it went viral on TikTok. A Wisconsin mom says her disabled daughter was pushed off to the side during a school music program, but what happened next is even more troubling. After the mother posted the video and said she was considering homeschooling her daughter because of what happened, police showed up at her doorstep. She was asked to take the video down. And then the district hired an attorney to threaten her with a defamation lawsuit simply for speaking about what happened to her child. Parents have the right to speak up for their children. Using legal threats to silence a parent is outrageous. That's why the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty is stepping in to defend her First Amendment rights. If you want to learn,
Love it, man. That's beautiful. Look at this
after it went
little
viral
child.
on TikTok, a
Can't
Wisconsin
stand
mom
that
says her
stuff.
disabled
People treat
daughter was pushed
people
off to
different.
the side during a school music program.
Man, that's so wrong. Anyway, they're gonna get it. They'll get it. And that's it, y'all. That's the last clip, man. 4.5 hours worth. Jeepers. I always think it's going to be shorter, and it's not. It's crazy. But here we are, 4.5 hours later, still over 800 awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking individuals sharing their precious time with me and others. Thank you, guys, man. It's always good to have you here. Thanks again, Tamara. Shout out to the members here on YouTube, to the Rumble Wells, and all who support the videos and shows. And please, of course, on that note, follow on Subscribestar. Always got to shout out my Subscribestar people. Thank you all so much, man. And before we go, something that is of most importance, because I never know. I can't assume everybody knows, but I always want to talk a little bit about salvation. If you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation, please do confess with your mouth, you know, that you need to be saved, that you're a sinner. You need to be saved. You want to be saved. And believe in your heart. Also incredibly important. Know that his story is true. He's the creator of all things, including you. Even knew you before you were born, the Bible says, but that's a whole other story. But he came here in the flesh as Jesus. He took our place for these fleshly sins. Came in the flesh as Jesus, lived a perfect life, died a horrible death, was buried and resurrected 3 days later and ascended to heaven. He's coming back for his bride, which is us. So then there'll be the second coming, which will be the end of this entire system. Beast system finally gets everything it deserves. and then we move on, okay? Then we move on into eternity with our Creator, the Creator of all things, the Most High, the Almighty, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. It's going to be amazing. And his precious blood that he sacrificed covers all your sins, past, present, and future, seals your soul till your day of redemption. Salvation is found in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given to mankind by which we must be saved. Indeed. And Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So just a couple scriptures. But please do make that choice and make it soon. You've tried everything else. It's never going to work. Doing it our own way doesn't work. It doesn't. We have to have him. It's a requirement. And you'll be amazed at what he can help you defeat. Anything that's beating you, he can beat. So trust him, please. All right, let me say a prayer too. Heavenly Father, thanks so much always for these wonderful people here, this family that we've got here, this community. Thank you so much. And many of them have needs. And I just pray you hear their prayers, help them in whichever way they need. And thanks for being with us, of course, in this crazy life. Thanks for the peace you provide. I always hope and pray these shows can lead anybody over the fence to actually find you and accept you if that's possible. I pray that any of them that are on the fence, that you make a move in their life. Let them know how real you are, if it be in your will, you know. I also pray, of course, that we're all found worthy to escape the horrors coming upon this earth, as we're told to do. And just wanted to say thank you also for everything in general, because we know all good things come from you. And just thanks for giving us everything we need, you know, in this life, for really taking care of us. And thank you, Lord. Okay, so we love you, and in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, let me close this down and jump over here with y'all for a second. Let's throw a little background up here. It's a nice one. Yeah. And say hello, guys. Hey, thank you again for being here. So much. Lucia, TSL, Chili, Michael, Atje, AATJE, Jola, David Reif, Real McCoy, Planted Firm, Takalata, Stephanie, John Murph, What a Crew, No Excuses, The Autark, T. Kerr, Scotsman, Apex, Jola, Chinese Chicken. Sounds delicious, actually. Swagger, good to see y'all, man. Hey, thanks again so much for being here. Like I said, So coming up this week, Uncensored Show Monday on Grumble, 2 p.m. Central Standard on KJOZBORNE channel. You can always watch it later. I hope you do, because there's always a lot of things over there I really want to make sure and show you also. I wouldn't even do a show if I didn't think it mattered. So, and thank you. A lot of y'all do. There's a lot of people that catch it later. And still working on a couple music videos. Something will be out soon. I have another regular type video coming out that might be ready this week. And then I'll be posting up a live show for Friday night. So definitely follow on Subscribestar. I post everything there always. So please check it out. Okay. On that note, just thank y'all, man. I appreciate it so much. You're awesome. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Good to see you, Michaela Wilson. Michael A. Wilson. Thanks, John. Cornflakes Baby. Great name. You know that. Good to see you. William. Yeah, hey, we all have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you in just a couple days over on Mean Green channel, our website. And, yeah, then I'll be posting up whatever, like, coming up in the next few days for this week. Sounds good? Cool. Thanks, Churchy Joe. Appreciate it. All right, y'all. Hey, love y'all, man. I appreciate you so much. Thanks again, Tamara. Have a good one. And we'll see you in just a couple days. All right. Thank you.